Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for a call of the House.
A call of the House has been requested. If 10 or more members stand, the motion counting. The motion is properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close and lock the doors? Members, push your buttons to indicate your presence. Mr. Randall, please call the names of those members who are absent. Will the sergeants please locate the members who are missing?
Representatives Buck, Coleman, Froelich, Geithner, Hooten, Humphrey, Jackson, Kraftharp, Landgraf, McKean, Mullica, Sane, Wilson. Madam Speaker.
Hey, come on back to the house. Where you at? Okay, we already said all about that. That's it. I'm already. It was good. We passed
McKeon.
Representatives Buck, Froelich, Geithner, Hooten, Humphrey, McKean, Mullica, Sane. Madam Speaker.
She's not answering.
You know, my mom had to be rolling the dirt until I was 5 years old. I mean, I didn't have a crack, but so I got to use this. Bring it on.
In the parking lot.
Yeah, she's staying out.
No, but I mean, it's really up to him as to. I know, but it's really up to him as to what he wants to do.
Hold on. Where is it?
I told him to move to his.
The House will come back to order. Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move to raise the call of the House.
It has been moved that the call be raised. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Well, the ayes have it. The call is raised. Representative Matt Gray.
Speaker, I move the House now resolve itself to the committee of the whole for the consideration of general order.
Get him, Greg.
Seeing no objections, Representative Gray will take the chair. The House will resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
Nailed it.
Ready? The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there's a request for a reading of a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon the motion of the Majority Leader, and the coat rule is indeed relaxed. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1254.
House Bill 1254 by Representative Escar, Senator Moreno, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Personnel.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1254.
The bill has been moved. Any commentary at all? Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a supplemental for the Department of Personnel. What this does is true up all of the current year fleets for every department and a technical correction for the statewide disparity study. And also builds efficiencies within our collection services refinance and restructure. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge an aye vote on this bill.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1254? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1254. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, no. House Bill 1254 is adopted. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1242.
House Bill 1242 by Representative Escar, Senator Moreno, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Agriculture.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1242.
House Bill 1242 has been moved. Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the supplemental for the Department of Ag. We had some federal funds, we had a new issue that came down from the United States Department of Agriculture to the state for taking the lead in regulating hemp producers in Colorado. It's cash funds in the Industrial Hemp Registration Program Fund. We are trying to achieve compliance with federal rule now that the rule has been implemented. We have to do this to comply. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To all of the ranchers on my side of the aisle, this is a good bill. It actually helps us do the funding we need to do to get in compliance with the new hemp regulations. So please, I urge an aye vote on this bill.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1242? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1242. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. House Bill 1242 is adopted. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1010.
House Bill 1010 by Representatives Tipper and Coleman concerning the Colorado Accurate Residence for Redistricting Act.
Representative James Coleman.
Wow. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 201010 in the House State Military and Veterans Affairs Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee report simply removes the requirement that DLC creates a new data field in its database, clarifies the scope of addresses covered by the bill, and removes reference to the local governments, removing the original requirement that local governments use the new data and guide their redistricting decisions using it. We ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report on House Bill 1010. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, the bill, as amended, just says that the state, when redistricting, has to count prisoners at their last known address, and we ask for a yes vote on the bill.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1010? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is really on behalf of Representative Sain, who couldn't be here. She got a little sick, so she left. But one of the questions that she wanted to ask, and I was hoping the bill sponsors could clarify, is what would the practical effect of this bill have on the redistricting process for congressional seats?
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. So the bill touches the redistricting file only. The redistricting file is used because of Y and Z for both state redistricting, so state House districts and state Senate districts. It's also used for drawing the congressional lines. So apportionment happens at the federal level. We don't touch that. It's just how are the lines drawn. So they would just use, the committees, Y and Z would use the data as we ask them to in this bill.
Mr. Manure, Leader, Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just ask if we had any opinions whether or not is that legal and constitutional on the federal level. Has there been any other precedents set forward within the state because the census is set forward based on very strict guidelines of where the person resides. Now we're changing that goalpost. Is that even constitutional or legal?
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. So understand the concern. So two separate things that the census count does. This is so uncomfortable. Okay. I'm facing this way, but I'm trying to address everyone. So the census does the population count, right? And they count everyone where they're at. So all prisoners are counted in their place of incarceration for the census count. That then, the population count is then used to create a redistricting file. The redistricting file is then sent to each state in recognition that each state redistricts differently. So this bill just says, when we go to redistricting, you're going to change the addresses for DOC folks, if they have one, if they report a last known address. The question relates to the constitutionality of the state doing that. The census is about fair representation and funding, and the federal government, through the census, determines apportionment, which is how many congressional seats each state gets. If we gain one, which we're slated to gain one here in Colorado because of our population growth, another state is going to lose one. That is the only thing that they do. How a state redistricts is up to the state, period. So there is no constitutional conflict. The census is doing the overall population count. Based on the population, they determine how many congressional seats each state gets, and then at the state level, the state draws the lines for the congressional district, for the state house district, for the state senate districts. There are states that by their state legislature do at-large congressional districts, right? There are states that have 2 congressional representatives in each district. So that is up to the state to do. So have I sought an explicit legal opinion on this? No, but we know statewide, every state redistricts differently.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand every state does it slightly differently, but there's still federal guidelines. It's not just completely up to the state whatsoever. There's Fair Campaign Practice Act requirements, things of that nature, and that's my concern, is this bill change that based on the federal guideline when they apportion that to us, and now we're changing the residency of where these folks live at. Is that even compliant with the federal law?
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not exactly sure if it was Maryland, but there are other states that have done this specifically with prison populations. It went, I think, both to the state, at least the state court, if not the U.S. Supreme Court, and it was found to be constitutional. I can get that information for you, though.
Representative Humphrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard this bill in State Affairs, and I voted no. As I couldn't get my head around this being accurate residence for these individuals, because if they've gone through the judicial system, they've been in jail, they're now in prison, I don't understand how their residence is where they used to live a year ago or more, and if they're in prison for 3 years or more on average, that gets confusing to me. So I was a no vote.
Further discussion, House Bill 1010, Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also heard this bill in committee, and while I appreciate that they brought it forward, I couldn't support it. If someone maybe lived in one area and then they were in prison for life, they no longer are a resident of their previous location, and I just couldn't get there, so I voted no, and I would ask for a no vote.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't hear this in committee. So, Representative Tipper, how many representatives in this chamber actually had DOC facilities in their district?
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know the exact number, but it's almost everyone has at least one DOC person in their county. So and I can also get this information, I just don't have the sheet in front of me, of the representatives that have DOC in their district, it's about a third this side and 2/3 that side, which we've had this conversation before.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Tipper. I wanted to make that point because not everyone in this room actually has DOC facilities. That's why your attention is riveted on this debate, because for many of you, it really doesn't make any difference. But it does make a difference to some of us who do have, and I commend Representative Tipper. She did an excellent job on her homework, because we were talking about, well, who has the most facilities in their district? And I just kind of sat there quietly, minding my own business, and one of my colleagues over on the Senate side was labeled as having the most. I said, I don't think so. So you're looking at the one with the most facilities. So what's the impact on a district such as that? Anytime you take count out of a rural district, you're going to have to expand that district to make up for that count. Now, I only cover 4 counties now, so I don't know how many more I'm going to include to make up for that. So here's the fact, folks. If you're looking at former residents, most of my population are long-term visitors there. That is their last known address. It may be their last address ever. There are other impacts involved in this, for those of you that are not aware of having a facility in your district. And that becomes the issue of all those connected with those who are incarcerated. So that has an impact on your community as well. So I would just ask this question. If we're so intent on getting these inmates back to their district of residence, why don't we just send them back? I'm sure we would be glad to send them back.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll say in 2007, this body passed a bill, and it was a Republican-led effort that said at the county level, prisoners will not be counted for redistricting, period. And the reason was there were some counties that particular county district would be 3,000 people. The example was Lyman. I don't know if this is accurate. They said that district is 3,000 people. Half of them are inmates. And that didn't seem fair because you're bloating a district. It's exactly the same principle. And you're absolutely right. The district that you represent would be affected the most, but it affects the entire state. So, and I've said this to some folks, if I said, I'm gonna run a bill that's gonna say 4-Hers, all 4-Hers, I'm gonna tally that number up. And for redistricting, they're going to be counted in Jefferson County and Denver. People would be in an uproar about that, but that's what we're doing right now. It's about fair representation. These individuals have no connection to the communities that they're being incarcerated in. And if they do, because that's their last known address, and even if they report their last known address at the last facility they were at, they'll be counted in your prison.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Tipper. Just wanted to point out that most of the DOC residents that I have in my district are not former 4-H students. And the second thing I wanted to point out in this is that I know that they did pass legislation in 2007. They made a mistake like we make mistakes sometimes too. Thank you.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1010? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just wanted to clarify, I know we asked about this, talked about it a little bit. One of my main concerns with this, is there any sort of direct requirement in this bill that if there's a person who gets put into corrections, it's their last known address, essentially, is there any sort of requirements or double checking that, making sure that it's that, or can they basically choose any address they wish to choose? My concern is that, and then also that if they get transferred from facilities and they have the option to do the same thing, would there be some sort of double checking of that as well, making sure they're just not picking some area that might be affected more by redistricting or reapportionment than another area?
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. So two things that you're getting at. First, the last known address is reported at intake. So I don't know if there's another intake when someone is transferred. As I shared the numbers with you, the largest last known address population is Fremont. It's 7,300 people. The likelihood is those are individuals that were in federal corrections in Florence, right? So I don't know the answer to that question. In terms of verification, the census does verification on the back end. So it's not any different than when the census sends you, or it sends your household a form and you fill it out. They don't, send someone to your house to make sure that you're living there. They don't check it against your mail. The back end verification is deduping and make sure people aren't being counted twice, but it's not necessarily verifying that Mr. Minority Leader lives at the exact house that he says. So the answer is no, but that's not different as compared to the other census population gathering information.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, sir.
I have a question for the sponsors in regards to how many people are we talking about that are in the Department of Corrections that we're going to be divvying them out different places?
I'm sorry.
The question was, how many people are in the Department of Corrections in the state of Colorado that we're going to be trying to figure out what their last address was?
Representative Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Currently, about 19,000 individuals are incarcerated in public prisons in Colorado.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to be clear, we're not chasing them down to figure out what their last address is. Every individual, when they're sentenced, they go through an intake process, a DRDC, which does everything from mental health to physical health to addiction. It's a full screening, and during that screening, they report their last known address. So DOC already has this information for about 93%. For the folks that they don't have it, the default in the bill is they just are redistricted to the prison.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the sponsors. Just to kind of bring this home, the town that I live in, Montrose, Colorado, is 19,000 people. That has an influence on the state of Colorado. I just want to keep those pictures in mind so that we talk about what are we doing with these folks. Maybe they should be counted right where they are. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just had a couple of questions for the sponsors, just some clarifying questions, and I'll ask both of them. How would persons from other states be treated? That'd be number one. And then number two, I know because I volunteer at homeless shelters that for the purpose of residency and things like voting, we do allow the homeless shelter to count for those instances. And if we were to treat a prison, as like a similar type entity where it's, it's not exactly your home by any means, but it's similar. It's like a temporary home, as it were. How would the bill match what a similar concept that we have in state law be? And so in other words, with someone in a homeless shelter, their residency, at least for purposes of voting, would actually be the shelter. Just like someone in prison, for the purpose of residency, their home for that duration would be the prison address. And then when they leave prison, their address would go back to wherever they were before.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in answer to your first question, as I said, the population count is separate from the redistricting file. So right now, even individuals like prisoners that have an out-of-state address are counted in Colorado. We don't change that. So on the redistricting side, if they do not have a last known address in Colorado, the default is the status quo. They're just redistricted where they're at. And so it's not inconsistent because for purposes of the population, even people that have a last known address out of state are counted in Colorado. The same will be true for redistricting as for the prison. To your second question, I'm not sure I entirely understand, but I'll say the big distinction is people in DOC don't have a choice where they go, right? So they, and like I said, most folks do not have a connection at all to the place of incarceration. Now, we can obviously have a much more in-depth discussion on whether people that have issues with homelessness have choices, but they are free to leave in a way that DOC individuals are not. And oftentimes, if you're able to find a shelter where you can establish residency, you probably are staying there, volitionally, and you're complying with the requirements of the shelter. So they're two different things.
Representative Soper.
And then one additional question. Sorry, I should have included it with the others. Now, are there any other states that do this? Yes.
Representative Tipper.
I believe so, yes. I just don't know them off the top of my head. I can get those for you.
Oh, thank you.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And a question for the sponsor. Many times families do follow where their loved one is housed. And what happens to those? Are those back to where they were when they were sentenced, or do they move with their family?
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it just depends on what the last known address is. So if their last known address, as they report it, is, let's say, in El Paso County, and they're actually being housed in corrections in Fremont County, then it's going to be El Paso County. If they report their last known address is Fremont County, it'll be Fremont. It's what they report their last known address as. Unless we don't have an address, then it's going to be the prison. So.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I don't really know the whole logistics around this, but would they, if their family moves, would they then report that as their last known address? Or, I guess I'm asking a hypothetical.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as of right now, the last known address is reported at intake. So in your hypothetical, and I don't know if there's an opportunity to update your last known address. But my understanding is I was told these are collected at intake. So anytime anyone moves from a facility. So for example, if you're housed in a facility at the time your family's in El Paso, you report your last known address as El Paso. It will be El Paso until, say, you're moved to a different facility or go through an intake process, and then if your whole family moves to Fremont or to Canyon City, then you would report your last known address as Canyon City. But redistricting obviously only happens once every 10 years, so it's not going to capture every single one of those changes. It's going to be a snapshot. But for the majority of people, it's going to be the most accurate residence, because it's going to be where they're connected to as they're self-reporting when they're coming in.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize. I have a few questions. So my first is, I have a bit of a difficult time understanding the underlying philosophy toward this bill. It's my understanding that census counts include several populations that are not eligible to vote, including children, other people who do not currently have the ability to vote. So I don't understand why we're targeting prisoners and saying that these people, for the purposes of a census count, should not be counted where they reside, whereas other populations that are ineligible to vote should be counted where they reside. So could you explain that?
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It actually has nothing to do with voting eligibility. You're right, there are lots of populations that aren't eligible to vote that are still counted for the population. And again, for purposes of the census count, they are counted in the prison, period. We're not changing that. For redistricting, the big difference is they have no choice in where they're going. And representation, and respectfully, I've talked to one member that has a prison in their district who has actually had a town hall or gone and met with prisoners. They're not viewed as constituents. So they're numbers in a district that they are not connected to. So when we talk about fair representation, to me, that means people that choose to be in the communities that they're in. And of all the populations you mentioned, this is the only one that does not have a choice.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that explanation. I respectfully disagree. I don't believe that children really have a choice where they live under the age of 18. If my parents say I have to live here, it's not like I can say, well, I'm going to emancipate myself and move across the state. And yet they're still counted for purposes of representation. Setting that aside, an additional question that I have, for prisoners that are brought in from out of state, as you and I actually have a facility that is housing many inmates from out of state, are they effectively erased for the purposes of the census? Because the people who are not residents of the state of Colorado would be assigned back to their out-of-state census block. I'm assuming that the state of Illinois is not getting an additional population count for former Governor Rod Blagojevich, who lives in our district. So what happens to those people that are residing in Colorado, their last known address was outside of Colorado? Are they nobody for the purposes of the census?
I will assure all members also, just briefly, that it's become adorable that we've kind of made this the Family Feud where you have to stand off the side of the podium, but you could actually stand in front of the podium and speak. It's actually probably a little bit easier for the video, and just to have the microphone pointing at you, you don't actually have to stand on opposite sides of it. And with that, Representative Tipper.
I can't reach it, and it hits in a really awkward spot.
There's a button right there. You can still lower it. There you are. And you can stand in front of the
Now it's in
podium,
my
and it's easier
intestines,
for our millions of viewers at home to see you.
Thank you,
Representative
Mr.
Tipper.
Chair. Yes. So as I said earlier, individuals that are from out of state are counted in Colorado, period. The bill does nothing to change that. It's not that they don't matter. It's just for redistricting, they will be counted in Colorado. They're redistricted to the prison. So we answered it already.
Sorry.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my apologies for that. So then my question would be, does that create any potential for an equal protection violation since we're going to treat different prisoners differently?
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, as I said, it's been upheld. The constitutionality of this has been upheld. I don't know if there's an equal protection clause or challenge. I imagine there was. So in that case, I would say it's been upheld.
Any further comments on House Bill 1010? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1010. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 1010 is adopted. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1255.
House Bill 1255 by Representative Escar, also Senator Moreno, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Public Health and Environment.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1255.
Bill has been moved to the bill. Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the supplemental for the Department of Public Health and Environment. We dealt with a little bit of lease space expansion we had to take care of, hepatitis A outbreak response. They needed a little more general fund to control and start working on vaccination efforts to help with this outbreak. We needed more groundwater testing subsidy for PFAS. We talk about PFAS a lot in here. And industrial hemp compliance, and again, para-direct distribution. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Folks, we heard this in JBC. We heard all of the points that Representative Escar just made, and I urge an aye vote on the bill.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1255? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1255. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. House Bill 1255 is adopted. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1256.
House Bill 1256 by Representative Escar, also Senator Moreno, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Public Safety.
Welcome back to the Committee of the Whole, Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I move House Bill 1256.
House Bill 1256 has been moved to the bill. Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the supplemental for the Department of Public Safety. Within this, we have a retroactive overtime payment for fire inspectors, additional resources for school safety resource centers, para-direct distribution, correcting some lease space funding, and adjusting community corrections caseload. We ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1256? Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this bill was one that was gone through in JBC. We reviewed each one of the points, and I urge an aye vote on the bill.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1256? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1256. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. House Bill 1256 is adopted. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1244.
House Bill 1244 by Representative Escar, also Senator Moreno, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Education.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1244.
House Bill 1244 has been moved to the bill. Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the supplemental for the Department of Education. The only thing that this supplemental does is chews up the para-direct distribution. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge an aye vote on the bill.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1244? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1244. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. House Bill 1244 is adopted. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1246.
House Bill 1246 by Representative Escar, Senator Moreno, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing.
In a wonderful change of pace, Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1246.
House Bill 1246 has been moved to the bill. Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1246 is the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing supplemental. The majority of what you see in your books is truly routine. We have to adjust mid-year every year for caseload and cost of that caseload, and that's what you'll see in your booklets. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also urge an aye vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Jaquez-Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill, 1246, has a really interesting program in it. It is a prescriber tool that the department wants to develop. I am very keen on looking at how we can expand the use of this tool. I'm hoping that I can work with my JBC folks to flush that out. I'm hoping I can work with the department to flush that out. And if we can do that, I'll be very supportive of the program.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1246? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, again, I'm up here on behalf of Representative Sane, who could not be here. She had an amendment drafted the other day for House Bill 1246, and with that, I will move J002, and I ask that it be displayed.
Amendment J002 has been moved. To great fanfare, it is now being displayed. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The purpose is stated at the bottom here, as you can see, and it would take $1.3 million in total funds of the Department of Health, Care, Policy, and Financing, including $650,000 general fund for home and community-based service enrollments onto the Adult Comprehensive Services waiver. I believe Representative Sane would love for you to vote yes on this, so I will ask that you vote yes on it. Thank you.
We trust you to confer her beliefs. Representative Esker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess one of the first questions I would have is, does this keep our budget balanced? And it would take some time to figure that out.
It is true that by law, any amendment to the budget, including supplementals, do need to balance. I would be open to input on whether or not that's the case, and I'll put the committee in a brief recess while we figure that out. The committee will be in a brief recess. The committee will be in a brief recess. Yes, the committee will come back to order.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative Esker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for clarifying. I'm still going to go ahead and ask for a no vote on this. I don't think that the amendment is something that we need to do right now. Really, truly, the supplemental is a very complicated supplemental. It's one of the more complicated ones we had. We had multiple weeks of discussion on this department and everything that they're asking for. They asked for a very specific purpose for the true-up in the mid-year of these programs. That's what this supplemental is for. This is kind of taking that and throwing it away and saying, we don't care what you need in the mid-year, we're gonna do what we wanna do. And I would encourage this kind of a conversation in the long bill, but not during a supplemental. I would ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on J002? Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do wish the representative who wrote the amendment was here, but I believe the purpose of this is to get an answer as to why this fund is being cut by $650,000 if it is indeed
Which one is it?
being cut. It is the fund Home and Community-Based Services in the Adult Comprehensive Services division, I believe. And it was just to bring debate and discussion around why are home health care services being cut.
I thank the both of you for actually standing behind the podium. Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Assistant Minority Leader. I can dig through this and find out for sure the exact reason why, but any of the adjustments that we've made in this department are strictly caseload adjustments. So they either don't need that amount of money for the caseload, or they are finding a different way to fund it. So supplementals are just a mid-year adjustment. Anything they're moving around is strictly caseload based.
Any further discussion on J002? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J002. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. J002 fails. To the bill, House Bill 1246. Is there any other discussion on House Bill 1246? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1246. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. House Bill 1246 is adopted. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1249.
House Bill 1249 by Representative Escarral, Senator Moreno, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Judicial Department.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1249.
House Bill 1249 has been moved. To the bill, Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the supplemental for the Judicial Department. There's a number of things within this supplemental. I hope you all discussed it. We are fixing an appropriation from a bill last year. We are transferring cash funds, not new money, transferring cash funds for the Office of Respondent Parents Counsel because their caseload has gone up. We increased appropriations for court-appointed counsel and mandated costs. Again, this is because of increased number of appointments and higher cost per appointment. This actually implements the Juvenile Justice Reform Bill from last year, 19108, including a general fund to meet those requirements. Again, some of these supplementals, folks, just want to remind you, are actually truing up things that we did as legislation last year. Now we got to make the budget match. There's some mandated costs, another fix of an appropriation from 19036, and also it includes $137,000 general fund for the Colorado District Attorney's Council in light to pay for the mental health experts who will support in the prosecution of the May 2019 shooting at STEM School in Highlands Ranch. Again, there's more there's more things in this supplemental, but I see there's questions, so I'll just answer the questions.
Assistant Minority Leader Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No question here, just a sincere thanks from me to you and the whole Joint Budget Committee, specifically for supporting the 18th Judicial District and those mental health experts who are helping the Highlands Ranch community in the fallout of the STEM shooting. Thank you very much.
Any further discussion? Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I also urge an aye vote on this bill.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1249? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1249. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. House Bill 1249 is adopted. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1259.
House Bill 1259 by Representative Escarral, Senator Moreno, concerning funding for capital construction, making supplemental appropriations in connection therewith.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1259.
House Bill 1259 has been moved. To the bill, Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1259 is a supplemental for capital construction. If you look through the booklet, you will see a multiple arrangement of capital construction projects that have already been approved. What this is doing is there might be a project that asks for cash funds to allow them to use their cash funds for spending, but they wanted to do it by a certain timeline that we put on them. That timeline has now come and gone for construction reasons, any other reason. There's a number of projects in here that are trued up. We are just simply, there's no new money going into this. This is simply stretching timelines and moving cash funds around to help get these projects that were already approved by the Capital Development Committee, thus approved by the General Assembly. We need to fund them.
Representative Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman. Sorry about that.
No, by all means.
I didn't see any papers being torn. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I appreciate the good work and all the projects that are done for the capital construction budget. It's come to my attention, though, that buried within the capital construction budget, there is a pool of money, about $35 million that the governor has that he can kind of just anoint different projects at his will to get these projects done, which I guess is all well and fine. And with that in mind, I would like to move J001 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment J001 has been moved and properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Liston.
Yes, members, what this does is this moves $1 million from that slush fund of approximately $35 million to the Transportation Department. We all know what critical needs our roads and bridges are in, particularly for those of us, which impacts so many of us, on the Gap, that 18 miles of construction, highway construction between Castle Rock and the El Paso County line. And I realize $1 million doesn't sound like much, but the purpose of this $1 million is to give a little extra incentive and enhanced construction to complete the Gap, which is critical between the two largest cities in the state of Colorado. So $1 million, I did a little calculation based upon the capital construction budget for this year. It amounts to 0.02 I repeat that, this $1 million only represents 0.02 of the CDC budget. So the Gap really needs to be completed sooner rather than later. $1 million, I know, is probably spent in a day, but for all of the good citizens in Colorado that are impacted by the Gap, I urge an aye vote on J001.
Thank you very much. I will note for the record here that none of this amendment dedicates this funding to a particular project, and therefore we will steal that funding and take it for northbound I-25 if it passes, as opposed to south I-25. Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually am going to ask for a no vote, but I also could technically ask for a title ruling on this. If you look at the title is strictly about the Capital Construction Fund. It says nothing about the Transportation Department.
Committee will be in brief recess. Come back to order. The chair rules the amendment falls under the title. Any further comments on J001? Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I admire the efforts to try to get more transportation dollars to the areas that are in need, I do travel the gap every week. I understand completely. I ask for a no vote. Once again, this is a true-up, a mid-year true-up. These are projects that have already been started. These are projects that are moving. These are projects that are going. And all they are asking for in the supplemental itself is a timeline change to use the cash that's already been allocated to these projects. They need more time to use this cash. To do this is going to put those projects behind even more, which, as we all know, when you delay contracts and when you delay construction projects, they end up costing more, i.e. tax dollars.
Representative Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, I appreciate the good work that Representative Esgar has done. But once again, I would point out that within the, I'm not trying to take money from the recommended, pardon me, we'll have to bend over like this because she can't reach it and I will bend down here. So I don't want to take any money from the recommended changes. It's that slush fund that is there in the budget of $392 million. There is money there already, and we're just trying to take it that's already within there and move it to the Department of Transportation, which already there is a line item under law from Ref C of $500,000, that this will just increase that line item that's already within the capital construction budget from $500,000 to $1.5 million. So when I asked for an aye vote for the citizens of Colorado and to enhance and jumpstart the construction project, whether it's south of Denver or for the good people north of Denver, I asked for an aye vote. The money is there.
I will note that comments regarding the stature of other members are probably not germane to any of the legislation we're talking about, just as guidance for anybody else who's around here. Any further comments on Representative Geithner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the chair's ruling. I don't see how this would slow projects down for those that are already there, as it's adding $1 million. So it shouldn't have any impact on the timeline of the existing projects that we were just talking about. If anything, it would put $1 million more in, which I would agree with my colleague from El Paso County. I think this is a good, wise use of these funds. It would have absolutely zero impact on the delay of any of these projects. So I don't think that argument is accurate, and I would urge a yes vote.
Any further discussion on J001? Seeing Representative Williams.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask that everyone here vote in favor of this amendment. It's a very good amendment. As all of you know, there are many of us, especially in the Colorado Springs delegation, actually drives through the gap as an example, and this is a way for us to help make sure that we're getting money into the field to ensure that we're expanding our roads and bridges, and this is a good avenue and a good amendment to help do that. Thank you very much.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank my colleague, Representative Liston, for mentioning the word slush, because just Monday, I had my windshield broken for the second time driving through the gap. I've been hit by another car twice since they started the GAP project. This is a serious thing, and I agree 100%. I used to build houses. We can't let other projects lag behind, but that's not what this money is doing. This is money that it's sitting around in a slush fund. We need that money on our roads. If not for the GAP, you all know that there are a lot of other places where this money could go to that is necessary, and I'm just surprised you only asked for $1 million. I'm impressed.
Representative Liston.
I'd ask for a yes vote on this.
Thank you, Representative Landgraf. And, you know, I'm a very reasonable person, you know, asking for $1 million. I mean, that's a rounding error in this budget. I would also point out that within all the supplementals in this little booklet, the Department of Transportation did not ask or did not get or was not blessed with any supplementals. So here, on behalf of the good people on the Department of Transportation, I'm not throwing them a bone, I'm just throwing them a little ligament of support, of tacit support and encouragement that we we all come down here and we talk about transportation and that there's a $9 billion unfunded I don't want to say liability, unfunded for the projects. So here I'm asking a measly $1 million out of a budget within the Capital Construction Fund of $392 million. Members, take my word for it. The money is there. Let's give the $1 million. I don't care, quite frankly, whether it goes to the Gap or wherever, but the Department of Transportation deserves this, and it's very reasonable, it's minuscule. I urge and I vote.
Representative McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and against your better judgment. You just heard the words, people. You just heard the words. I don't care where it goes. This money needs to go to North I-25. I would ask your support to make sure that this money goes to the north end of our state, the only piece of interstate highway that's part of the National Freight Plan. Thank you, Representative Buck. Thank you, Representative Liston. I urge your support.
Indeed, we are $1 million away from solving that problem. Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative McKean, I agree with you. I want to point out that the gap goes both north and south, so it doesn't matter which side. The bottom line is we can stand up here and joke, but the money needs to go to transportation because that's where we need it. I don't care if you're filling potholes, building bridges, or fixing the gap. I can't believe I said that. It needs to go to transportation. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I too drive that gap. I get it. I would love to see some more money come to South I-25. Past Pueblo is a mess as well. That's not how we do projects. That's not how we fund transportation. And when I asked where this $35 million slush fund was, I was told on good authority, and I should just take our word for that. We can say no to this. I urge a no vote on this amendment because there's no way to tell where we're actually pulling this magical $1 million from and inserting it in the supplemental.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And perhaps Representative McKean, maybe we can make a deal. $500,000 for North, $500,000 for the Gap. Again, members, I urge a yes on this. Thank you.
Any further discussion on J001? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J001. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
J001 fails. Any further discussion on House Bill 1259? Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in the spirit of continuing this argument and the need for the additional funding, I move J002 and ask it to be properly displayed.
The spirit of continuing this argument will live on. Amendment J002 has been moved and is properly displayed. The committee will stand in a brief recess. It's the same. Committee will come back to order. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for allowing the amendment. Members, if $1 million was too much for us to stomach, perhaps $500,000 isn't, and the offer still stands with Representative McKean, $250,000 north and south for the gap if he's amenable. Members, I urge a yes vote on this.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Urge a no vote.
Any further discussion on J002? Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask you what a life is worth. We have exit 132. It's outside of Fountain. It has one of the highest rates of fatal accidents in the state. Can we not spend $500,000 fixing a road somewhere? We can look at fatalities and fix that part of the highway, wherever that may be. So I would really like you to think about that. What's more important, a slush fund or lives? I ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on J002? Anyone? Is there anyone?
Anyone, please, anyone.
Oh, Representative McKean.
Oh dear, I had nothing to say really, but thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take what I can get. 250,000, 500,000. So we just had an interesting possible suggestion, and we don't want to tell JBC what to do, but sometimes we feel the need. So if we could just get $250,000 for northbound I-25 north of Denver, and $250,000 for southbound I-25 south of Denver, it would help people reduce congestion in the city. It would help with environmental concerns that we've had. I actually think, and it would return people to their families and cost them less time away from their kids on the road. So if we could just have that little earmark, I think we'd all be happy. I urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion on J002? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J002 to House Bill 1259. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The amendment fails. Any further discussion on House Bill 1259? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1259. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. House Bill 1259 is adopted. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1260.
House Bill 1260 by Representatives Esgar and McCluskey, also Senators Zenzinger and Rankin, concerning adjustments in the amount of total program funding for public schools for the 2019-20 budget year.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1260 and the report from the Appropriations Committee.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
In appropriations, we were able to review the bill and make sure that the appropriation was specific to the year within which we are making the appropriation. I urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report to House Bill 1260? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1260 makes the necessary statutory changes to bring our school district funding in line with the number of pupils that we actually counted in October. This is a routine bill that we run every year to make sure that we true up the dollars that should be allocated to our districts. We came in with more students than anticipated this year, which had a budget impact of $20.3 million. Fortunately, local share dollars also came in at a greater amount, a little over $11 million, so the offset is $9 million, and $9 million is what we need to be able to hold the budget stabilization factor at $572 million. I urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You just heard the explanation, folks, of the dollars. I also urge an aye vote on this bill. We need to make sure that our schools are funded properly and that we keep our budget stabilization factor flat. If we're not buying it down at this moment, we are keeping it flat. So I urge an aye vote on the bill.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1260? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1260. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is enthusiastically adopted. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1243.
House Bill 1243 by Representative Escar, Senator Moreno, concerning supplemental appropriation to the Department of Corrections.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1243.
To the bill, Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1243 is the supplemental for the Department of Corrections. There's a few things in this bill. We have to lift the maintenance spending restriction we put on them. We have to increase $7.7 million general fund for increased cost in pharmaceuticals and external medical costs for inmates. You also know this is we add a parole board staff. We actually have a decrease due to the closure of Cheyenne Mountain Reentry Center, but because of the closure, we also have a $3 million general fund in here as well for the feed, clothe, provide medical care, and for all the additional inmates that are now going to be moved into our state prisons by March 7th. Because of that closure, I ask for a yes vote.
I understand under rules, nobody who serves on the Judiciary Committee or has previously may comment on. That's not a rule? No, that's. All right, fine. Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while I do like this bill and think that it is necessary, I think there's a piece of it that is not. And so with that, members, I move J002 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment J002 has been moved and is properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Melton.
Or do you want to say?
Or Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, what this amendment does, it removes a portion of the supplemental for corrections. If you look in your budget book, the handy little budget book that they gave you, on page 11, it describes this 1.1 million. On page 12, it describes the portion that is for CSP 2 opening that's associated with House Bill 1019. Both of them are on this bill. This amendment is only intended to remove the portion on page 11, which is to lift maintenance spending restriction of 1.134147. Members, this goes back quite a ways, and I know some of you are new and some of you may not remember. In the session 2 years ago, in the spring of 2018, there was a bill to reopen CSP 2. The legislature said, no, we don't want to do that. And so we voted that bill down. There was also something in statute that said we could not put people into CSP 2 until the legislature changed that. That was in the spring of 2018. In the summer of 2018, Department of Corrections requested a supplemental of this amount of money to build the rec yards out of CSP 2 with the intent of eventually moving people into it. The JBC approved that, but again, there was no authority to work on that facility. The legislature had just denied it the session 3 months before. It was approved. It came back to us last year in January as a supplemental, and we denied the supplemental. And when a supplemental is denied, what happens is the state controller's office puts a restriction on the budget of that department. And that's what they did. So basically, they reduced the amount of the budget that DOC could spend. So DOC decided they would take their reduction under their deferred maintenance item. And so this year, they're asking for that money back. If you read the Joint Budget Analyst's memorandum regarding this request, it says specifically, the staff reluctantly recommends that the committee reject this request because it does not meet the non-statutory criteria established by the committee. Yet, the JBC sent it to the CDC. and had them look at it. And the CDC did unanimously recommend full funding of this. But members, I would point out to you, CDC has no authority over deferred maintenance. And if you don't know, deferred maintenance is different from controlled maintenance or emergency maintenance. Deferred maintenance it means you're not fixing something and you're deferring it year after year for a point of time. This budget request is for deferred maintenance. It is not for an emergency. We were told, at least in our caucus, there had been an accident at one of the facilities and someone was hurt when, killed when a boiler exploded. That's an emergency maintenance. That is not deferred maintenance, and there's nothing in this budget request that says any of these deferred maintenance projects rise to that level, because then it would have been requested as an emergency supplemental. It was not requested as an emergency supplemental. It was requested as a normal supplemental, and the JBC said it did not meet that criteria. Now, I will tell you, DOC has a lot of facilities, and there's a lot of maintenance required on those facilities. That is not in question. It was DOC's determination to take the money we pulled away from them last year out of deferred maintenance. That's what they did. They had a choice. If these projects were so compelling, then they shouldn't have taken the money out of that, and they did that. They made no budget request for additional deferred maintenance fund. Instead, they're coming back for a supplemental for deferred maintenance and basically thumbing their nose at our authority. So what are we doing here? If we came last year and we took this supplemental away, they said, okay, we can last a year, and then we asked for the money right back. It's the same exact amount of money, and they are saying to us, we don't care what you do here. We don't care that we are the branch of government that is entitled to appropriation of funds. That's what we do here. That is our one primary job, is the budget and appropriation of funds. And if we say you made a mistake and you can't do this, to come back to us, the JBC members, even though it doesn't meet criteria that we have put into statute and they have also added to that as a committee, and to say, approve this because these are needs. Well, deferred maintenance are needs that all facilities have, but these are not emergency maintenance. They are not controlled maintenance. And they need to go back through the process and not thumb their nose at us. So I really, hopefully, encourage just to maintain the integrity of this body and our authority to appropriate funds to approve this amendment.
Representative Melton. I'm going to go with Melton instead of Pelton, but we could have gone Pelton and Melton. Melton, Pelton, I'm really sure. But we'll start with Melton, we'll get to Pelton.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is yet another chapter in the never-ending story. So let me just go back. I'm going to recap this very quickly, very shortly. Statute said we couldn't do it. The Judiciary Committee said we didn't want to do it. CDC said we didn't want to do it. JBC approved it, and then we as a body said, no, we don't want to do it. And it got done anyway. And when it got done, they ran out of money, so they took it away from deferred maintenance. Deferred maintenance, not stuff that needed to be addressed right away, because I'm even hearing that there's $33 million worth of deferred maintenance. There's a list of things that they need to do. So it's not an emergency, it's stuff that's been sitting on a list for a while. And they took the money away from those projects to do something that this body said we didn't want them to do. So, in my opinion, it sounds like the department is once again robbing Peter to pay Paul, and now asking us to pay Peter back for them. That's not the way this should work. That's not the way departments should work around here. You should go through the process the way every other department has to go through the process. You should go through the process the way each and every one of you has to go through the process. You have to introduce a bill, get it through committee, get it through approps, pass it here on the floor. So why is the department any different? I said it last year, when you start ignoring the 65 of us and just go to the 6 across the street, then we're gonna have a problem. And members, we have a problem. We have a problem with the process, and I have nothing against the JBC members. In fact, the current members weren't even on the JBC when this never-ending story started. That's how long we've been dealing with this. It's time to say enough to the department. It's time to say, you know what? You spent money that you really didn't have, so you're just gonna have to do without. It's 6 weeks. We go through the long bill in 6 weeks. They can make this request in 6 weeks. This is not an emergency supplemental. This is not what an emergency supplemental is for. So members, it's time that we put our foot down once and for all. Let's close the chapter on this story. Let's put the end at the end of this book. In my 8th year, I'm tired of reading this story. It needs to be over. It's time for the legislature to say no, vote for this amendment, and then let's pass the rest of this supplemental.
We will hand the story from Representative Melton to Representative Pelton. Melton to Pelton. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this may be a holiday. Representative Melton and myself are on the same page. Yesterday in appropriations, I was a no vote on this because, for the same reasons Representative Melton said, this is an emergency. Go through the proper channels, get it approved the way it's supposed to. So I am in full support of this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on J002? Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I'm going to ask for a no vote. As much as you may not like this system, the department did go through this system. They went to the Joint Budget Committee in 2018 for a 1331. That Joint Budget Committee approved it. They started the work. They were given permission to start the work. They were in the middle of the work when they had to come back with a supplemental ask to fulfill what they had originally asked for, to get all of the appropriations. That's when last year, this body said no. They were in the middle of that work. They had to complete that work. I do want to, you made a great point, Representative Melton, that this actually addresses some of the backlog of deferred maintenance projects, which totals over $33 million. To the point that we should only be supporting emergency supplementals, the boiler wasn't even on a list yet. The boiler blew up. The boiler killed someone. Should we wait for every situation when it comes to maintenance of these facilities to come to an emergency? They had permission to do what they did. We stopped that in the middle of it. They didn't circumvent the system. They came to the Joint Budget Committee in 2018 for a 1331 explaining to that committee why they needed that. Those 6 members who had the authority to grant that permission granted that permission. They started the work. I, for one, don't want to wait for another emergency to happen. All they're simply asking for is for the money that we told them in 2018 that they could start using. They need that back to continue cutting down on the deferred maintenance list that they have, so there are no more emergencies. There are no more lives lost. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Benavidez.
Thank you, members. You know, I don't disagree that corrections did what they did, and they did get permission. They never should have got permission from the Joint Budget Committee last summer. They shouldn't have got permission because we had a statute that said you could not house prisoners in that prison. They made the request knowing that statute existed because we had just brought a bill to try to repeal that statute. So what they did was wrong, bringing that forward despite the statute that said you could not use that prison. Yet then the next mistake was Joint Budget Committee approving that. And then when we met last January, we said, you know what? We don't want this to continue. We know mistakes were made by DOC in bringing that supplemental. Mistake was made by JBC in approving it. And as a body, we said we disavow it. That's what this process is, to look at what JBC has done and decide if it's the right thing or not. Last year, we said it was the wrong thing, and we took it away. This year, they took it out of their deferred maintenance. And I heard someone say there was over $30 million in deferred maintenance projects. I'll bet there's even more than that in deferred maintenance projects. But last year, they were okay to let $1 million worth of deferred maintenance go to the wayside. They made the decision to take it out of that pot of money in their department. This year, they didn't do anything. Now they came back and said, we want the money that we took out of our budget because you took it away from us, and now we want that back. That's what this is about, and it really is about our authority. We're going through an exercise that is meaningless if the decisions we make as a body are not upheld. If every time we use our authority and we say, wait a minute, JBC, you may have went a little too far, and that's what we did last year, and that's why we changed it. If that doesn't mean anything, then we shouldn't even worry about amendments to this. We shouldn't worry about amendments to the budget coming up. But that's our job, to oversee JBC and either approve or disapprove. And that's what we're doing. We're disapproving the decision by JBC to approve this supplemental. It doesn't meet supplemental criteria. And to tell you to wait for an emergency, that's not up to us. It's not up to the JBC. Department of Corrections and every other department should know the maintenance needed for their facilities. They should know when something is near an emergency. They should request those monies. They should take other monies they have and get it done. You know what? I used to be in charge of Department of General Services in the city. And when I started there, there was a big hole in the basement of the Webb building. There were dewatering pumps that 9 months before I got there, they had gone out. So they fixed it in a weird way where they fixed one pump. There was 2 other pumps that potentially could go out. They never fixed that. And they made a decision that said, well, we'll wait. And guess what? If those pumps would have went out, 1 out of 3 had already went out. If those pumps would have went out, that building would have flooded within 72 hours. When I went into that position, I said, this is not deferred maintenance. This is an emergency. We need to get this done, and we took money out of deferred maintenance and we fixed that. We replaced all 3 pumps. So we have to assume Department of Corrections knows how to maintain their buildings, and emergencies happen. It's unfortunate. I'm not saying they will know everyone, but that's a red herring. That is not about emergencies. This is about deferred maintenance. It's about our authority, and they're thumbing their nose at our authority. And I would urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on J002? Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify for the record, because it keeps coming up, what exactly the supplemental criteria is. It's not just an emergency. And I had it marked here. Of course I did. I've got it. There we go. Just for the record, for the conversation for this amendment and other coming amendments, when we talk about what we approve for a supplemental criteria, it is an emergency or an act of God, a technical error in calculating the original appropriation, data that was not available when the original appropriation was made, or an unforeseen contingency. The original analyst that analyzed this, we had to switch an analyst in the middle of the Joint Budget Committee, I don't want to say session because we've been here since June, went through, and they originally said that data was not available when the original appropriation was made. Also, just to talk to the JBC of 2018, I'm not going to throw them all under the bus. I wasn't there. They made the decision that this was a 1331. And the reason it was a 1331 at the time that we needed to originally approve this, when the Joint Budget Committee approved this, was based off of the population forecast. Based off the population forecast, that we have the statutory authority to go ahead and move people into CSP2 that was looming in 2018, they had to get the CSP2 ready to go. That's why the Joint Budget Committee in 2018 approved the original funding. Then when it came to the floor, that's when we stripped it out. They still had to move forward with making sure CSP2 was ready for that population forecast that they were given. Forecasts can be wrong. Forecasts, if you ask an economist, forecasts are always wrong. They were working off the information they had. The Joint Budget Committee made that decision based off the information they had. So I urge you to vote no on this, and let's keep moving forward.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think we just heard that this doesn't meet the criteria. It didn't hit any of the things on that checklist. And I'll remind the committee that we got multiple reasons why the yards at CSP needed to be fixed. First, it was capacity. Then they turned around and said, well, actually, we're trying to sell it, and we can't sell it in its current condition. What was it? I don't know. You know, when I was a kid, if my mom gave me money, if she said, here's some lunch money, and I spent it on candy, guess what? I went without lunch. The same thing needs to happen here. Members, we're talking about a budget. We go through the long bill process in 6 weeks. What in the world on this list is going to get finished or fixed in 6 weeks? Not a thing. Not a thing. Like I say, they are basically trying to pad their books and have us pay for something that we told them they weren't supposed to have. We voted on it here last year and told them we didn't want them to have it. They spent it. They took it out of this fund, all these projects, and now they're coming back and saying, it's for these projects. Has nothing to do with CSP2, it's for these projects. Well, you would have had it if you hadn't spent it on CSP2. And I remind you this other one thing. Even if it was a capacity issue, they still wouldn't have been able to use CSP2 without legislation. Fact of the matter is you couldn't use CSP2 regardless. So, members, again, I don't know if it was population. I don't know if it was they were trying to sell the building. All I know is they spent money they weren't supposed to spend, that we told them we didn't want them to spend, and now they're stuck in a jam. Let's wait 6 weeks, because again, none of these projects I think will get completed in the 6 weeks that it'll take for us to pass a long bill, and for them to do it the proper way, for them to do it the right way, and for this process to once and for all be fixed. Thank you.
Any further discussion on J002? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J002. Get excited, Mary Young. A division has been called. You've never got to do this before. A division has been called. For those of you who happen to be whips of some kind, I'll let you know a division has been called. And we'll recite a small amount of poetry while you go and do the work that you do as whips. I don't actually have any poetry. Anyway, a division has been called. We'll address it shortly.
I'm like, what's going on?
How are we? Are we good?
I'm just checking with everybody. It's the first one of the year. The question of the adoption of Amendment J002. The question is the adoption of Amendment J002. A division has indeed been requested by Representative Melton, not Pilton. Melton. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated and remain sitting. Thank you. All those in favor of Amendment J002, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. I'm not going to ask those opposed to stand because the count we came up with was 38. I'm not supposed to announce that. I'm bad at this. So a certain number of people, more than 33, were counted. For those of you who can't see and couldn't count for you, I apologize for those of you who couldn't count on their own. I apologize. More than 33 people stood, and so I'm not going to make everybody else stand, and I'm going to say that J002 is adopted. To the bill, House Bill 1243. Representative McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move J001 to House Bill 1243 and ask for it to be properly displayed. So we just talked about going back in time.
Amendment J001 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. There it is in all of its beauty. We just asked to go back in time, and what we're hearing is a discussion about what we are talking when we talk about deferred maintenance, emergency maintenance, all of these decisions that are sort of outside our purview. However, if we go back into the JBC briefing on the 2nd of December, we find that there is R03, an item in that briefing about reducing private prison use. This amendment is to make sure that none of the money that we assign in the supplemental is used to study the feasibility, cost, benefits, or strategy for closing all private prison facilities in the state of Colorado. As a footnote, and I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion, Representative Weissman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that if this is intending to be a binding statement of policy, it's out of order pursuant to 2475-112 and the Colorado Supreme Court, and if it is intending to be merely precatory, then it is without effect, and I look forward to having this conversation on a later bill.
I'm going to put the committee in a brief recess to discuss those.
What he just said?
I know what he just said. I'm going to give you a chance to talk about it, but we're going to put the committee in a brief recess. Committee will come back to order. The chair rules that J001 is an amendment that would change substantive policy and change substantive law, which is not allowed by footnote pursuant to statute, and rules J001 out of order. Any further discussion on House Bill 1243? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I just want to state that I was opposed to this House bill, but now with the amendment on there, I will encourage an aye vote.
All right, any further discussion on House Bill 1243? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1243. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 1243 is adopted. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1247.
House Bill 1247 by Representative Escar, Senator Moreno, concerning a supplemental appropriation of the Department of Higher Education.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1247.
House Bill 1247 has been moved to the bill. Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1247 is the Department of Higher Education supplemental. Once again, you see the pair direct distribution, and you also see a correction. There was a bill passed last year. The appropriation did not get attached last year. This appropriates the appropriation for a software solution. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1247? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1247. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 1247 is enthusiastically adopted. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1245.
House Bill 1245 by Representative Escar, also Senator Moreno, concerning supplemental appropriation of the offices of the Governor, Lieutenant Governor, and State Planning and Budgeting.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1245.
So moved to the bill. Representative Escar.
Thank you. House Bill 1245 is the Department of the Government, Lieutenant Governor, and OSPB supplemental. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1245? Representative Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to report up here we have a little ink spill. We have a spillage environmental problem.
To the bill.
Watch out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, you know, a little while ago, I spoke about trying to find money for transportation, and in my, thank you. And in my infinite wisdom, I did not want to totally raid all of that money in the capital construction budget. With that in mind, I would move J001 on House Bill 1245 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment J001 has been moved and is properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Liston.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, what this is this takes $750,000 from the governor's budget. If you'll look on page 14, we're specifically taking it from the Colorado Digital Services. And just so you know, I'm not being a pig, they're requesting $754,946. I'm only taking $750,000. Just so you know that. So I'm leaving them that $4,946 to jumpstart it later. But the idea was to take it out because if you read here what it says about the Colorado Digital Services, it's provide a pipeline of top technology talent incentivized by a series of civic duty and focused on solving problems and building information. Well, you know, really this $750,000 ultimately could be used for highway construction. And I think the need for highway construction is far greater than this Colorado Digital Services that's buried in the governor's budget. It's kind of a phony baloney program, in my opinion. And so I would ask for an aye vote on J001 to ultimately fund highway construction. Thank you.
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to urge a no vote on this. I think my colleague might be mistaken. We are here to talk about the information superhighway, not actual highways here. And just in case you weren't paying attention to that awful dad joke, I want to share with you a little bit about what actually our Colorado Digital Service is doing, because it is actually saving money. At least $945,000 has been estimated to have been saved since the JBC approved this in October, and $2.7 million in contracts have been renegotiated, saving at least another $100,000 in labor cost savings. This is just in the first few months. So regardless of whether or not you think this is a good system, a bad system, it's a system that's saving money. And that's money that can go back into our general fund. That's money that can go back to roads and bridges. That's money that your taxpayers will see as a savings. So this specific line item is not the right place to cut. It's actually going to cost more money to cut this than it will be to leave it where it is right now. It's a remarkable program, too. We had a conversation about this in Joint Technology literally this morning at 7:30. This is a program where we're actually bringing in members of the private sector at public sector cost. This is an opportunity to actually bring in the most innovative people at an affordable rate and allow them to return back to the private sector, not make them full-time public employees for the rest of their career, but bring them in as essentially a data strike team to make sure that our IT infrastructure is being run the right way, it's being done efficiently, and it's saving money. So I'm going to encourage a no vote on this amendment. I understand where we're going, but this is actually going to cost us money if we pass this amendment.
Further discussion on J001. Representative Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I would renew my support for J001. I ask for an aye vote.
Your support is duly renewed. Any further comments on J001? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J001, House Bill 1245. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No! 1245, J001 to 1245 is lost. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is an amendment that was originally drafted by Representative Sain. She couldn't be here because she was feeling under the weather. but nevertheless, I wanted to at least do her the courtesy of presenting it. So with that, I'll move J002 and ask it to be displayed.
J002 has been moved and is displayed. To the amendment, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What the amendment would do is decreases the general fund for the Office of Information Technology in the Governor's Office by $500,000 and appropriates it to the Capital Construction Fund. I would ask for a yes vote.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would ask for a title ruling.
Thank you. Having reviewed the proposed amendment, this does move money from one department to another department outside the title of the bill, which is concerning the appropriation to this specific department, the Governor's Office, and therefore I would find this amendment falls outside of the title. I don't know if I need to gavel that, but I will. Further discussion on House Bill 1245, Representative Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, a few minutes ago, we had a very robust discussion about, I believe it was Representative Melton's amendment about really about exercising our power over the these various departments that come in and ask for money and or just think that they can get it because they're part of the executive branch or wherever they're from. And I like the comments that Representative Benvenides said that we need to draw the line and not let some department or an executive or somebody just go ahead and make a decision about the budget. So with that, I move J003 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment J003 has been moved and is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Liston.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, you'll notice this doesn't involve any money at all. What this simple footnote does is it just clarifies that any executive order or request has to be duly authorized under existing statute. And what I mean by that is that whether it's the governor or some department head, they can't just come in and say, well, we need this and we're going to issue an executive order and the legislature be darned. So if we're trying to protect our power and our authority, this is a good amendment. I urge an aye vote on J003.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Does anyone else have any other comment or request with respect to this amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J003. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. J003 is lost. To the bill, House Bill 1245. Any further discussion on House Bill 1245? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1245. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 1245 is adopted. That brings us to House Bill 1019, Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I apologize. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1019.
House Bill 1019 by Representative Herod, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning measures to manage the state prison population.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1019 and the Appropriations Committee report.
All right, to the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Appropriations Committee appropriated funding. I ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report to House Bill 1019? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Judiciary Committee report.
To the Judiciary Committee report.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The Committee on Judiciary actually did a lot of work on this bill. As many of you all know, the GEO facility is closing in Colorado, and so therefore, we have actually taken out the language about the one-to-one swap. We have instead replaced it with not more than 650 beds will be open at CSP2. That is 2 towers. We have also changed the language around around the study to include input from local communities and other interested parties, including public safety. We reworked the language around walkaways and parole to ensure that there was alignment with the DAs and the victims advocates organizations. And we also worked on language to make clear that the executive director, along with the governor, can determine within certain circumstances that inmates be housed in a private contract prison facility that are not from Colorado in Colorado. I ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Representative Felton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to display Amendment 007.
Do you move the amendment?
I move the Amendment 007 to the committee report.
Amendment L007 to the Judiciary Committee report has been moved and is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this amendment was put on at the very end of the committee to include the governor and change some of the wording on private prisons being able to write contracts and be approved. And this strikes that language to go back to the way it was. I thought it was a very good system before, so that's what this does.
Representative Harry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on L007? Representative McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would love to have an explanation of the background of this. And so if I could ask the bill sponsor to give us an explanation of why the language was changed in the first place so that we can properly analyze the wording in this amendment. Why was the language changed from being that the governor shall allow to unless it's a public safety issue, the governor shall not allow? What was the reasoning behind that?
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank Representative Pelton for bringing this amendment forward. This is a really important conversation that's based on a conversation that Idaho is having about moving prisoners to Colorado. And this is just giving the executive branch a little bit more discretion in that conversation. In Idaho, the Department of Corrections in Idaho has a board that oversees their Department of Corrections. And that board was in their paper saying, we want to move our prisoners to Colorado because Colorado will cover the public safety costs. And their laws are very loose when it comes to covering the public safety cost. So if you can imagine, if there was a prison riot or an escapee or something like that, the state of Colorado is on the hook for helping cover what those public safety costs may be. And so what this does is it just allows for us to have a more balanced, fair conversation as other states are talking about moving prisoners to Colorado.
Representative Holtorf.
So I understand, Mr. Chairman, I understand that the governor appoints the director of corrections. Is that correct?
Yes.
Technically, you don't normally ask factual questions of the chair, but I do know that to be correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So our governor appoints many directors, and he appoints those individuals because he has the confidence in those individuals to make those key and important decisions that are required to operate those departments or divisions, including the director of corrections. Okay, so I don't understand why now the governor and the executive has to get involved in the efforts and the decisions that he has delegated to those departments. Now, some people call this micromanagement. I think the governor's a very busy individual, and he has to look at a broad sector of Colorado and all the things that move the state of Colorado in the positive direction. But I don't understand why, knowing that the governor has appointed very intelligent and competent people to be directors of these very important departments, why we would strip the authority of that department head by this type of language. If I was appointed to that position, I would feel that, well, maybe the governor doesn't have the confidence in me that's necessary to do the job that I've been appointed to do. So I would argue that this is not necessary, it's not valid, and it shouldn't be considered, and it should be removed.
Mr. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And another reason I brought this amendment was I don't think an amendment like this belongs in a study bill. So I would really urge support for this because it doesn't belong in a study bill.
Representative McKean.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Majority Leader, because I had not heard that discussion, but I need a little more. And that is, as I understand it, inmates that are brought into the state, into a facility other than a state facility, have a fixed cost coming into the state. And so I don't understand where this public safety cost component comes from. And I don't understand how the state of Idaho could foist costs on the state of Colorado that are not included in that per inmate cost of housing those inmates at a prison, which is exactly what this language goes to. So if you could tell me, what am I missing? What is that public safety cost that you said is going to be foisted on us from Idaho? And then what is that amount? And then how is that done if it's a per inmate cost for housing those prisoners?
I believe you're not taking into account the decrease in the potato budget, but I'll let the Majority Leader clarify.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. I want to thank my colleague for that question. I mean, I don't know if I have much more to add than what I said earlier, which is that because the executive director, all it says is gives the governor and the first floor a little bit more authority to have a conversation with another state that may be bringing in prisoners. I don't think this actually predetermines what that decision may be, but it's because I think we just want to level the playing field in making sure those conversations include who's going to pay for what if there were a public safety issue. And again, I think Idaho and their board that oversees their Department of Corrections sees Colorado as a place where our statutes aren't as strong as other states, and so they see that as a way of moving prisoners here because the conversation doesn't have to be as robust with the executive branch.
Representative McKean.
And thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. So the question, I guess, that I'm left with is still the question of who absorbs the cost, and I believe without specific information, I don't think it exists. I actually think that the private organization assumes the cost of running their organization, assumes the cost of maintaining the public safety through that organization at a fixed per inmate price. And really, truly, what I think this does is it does not bolster the authority of the governor. It cedes all authority to the governor. You just heard Representative Melton up here talk about the fact that we have a division of powers in this state. This cedes the authority for what we do with out-of-state inmates to the governor and leaves it solely with him. There is no other party in the room. And I would suggest that that is not actually the best thing that we could do. I think you're right. Maybe it adds a little bit to the conversation, but I think it stops the conversation. And to that degree, I do not think that there is a financial burden placed upon the state. I think that that is the responsibility of the institution.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thought I would respond to some points made by the representative from Loveland. To the point about cost, I think the entire problem is we don't know until something quite unfortunate might happen. In '99, we had out-of-state inmates lead to a riot. In '04, we had out-of-state inmates lead to a riot. In '09, we had out-of-state inmates lead to a riot. In 2010, we had out-of-state inmates lead to a riot. That's just in Colorado. Probably you could find other circumstances. We had conversations in the context of the underlying bill, which we'll get to, about creating capacity with CSP2 and being able to move inmates to the appropriate location to so-called soften the yards. The inmate culture inside has everything to do with the safety of employees, with the ultimate non-recidivation outcomes of inmates once they parole out. We know that 90+% of inmates come out at some point. So the culture that you create inside matters a lot, and evidence from our own state shows that there can be disturbing influences by this sort of out-of-state importation of inmates. To the point about contracts, that per individual, per inmate, if you will, amount is things like food, medical care, salary. That's the basics. That's if everything goes well. If things don't go well, you could imagine local law enforcement possibly having to come and assist prison guards. Whether authority is granted under the existing law or under the law as intended to be amended by this part of the Judiciary Committee report, there has been a seal of approval given by the state. Therefore, I think the state could be named as a defendant were something really horrible to happen concerning employees, concerning inmates. Inmates have lost a lot of their rights by dint of committing a crime. They still have some rights under the Constitution, and we see litigation sometimes arising out of a prison context. It would be unfortunate if the state were to assume liability for that, e.g. under a 1983 action or otherwise. So there is no number to be put on it because it's unknowable in advance, but we know that it's going to be positive. It's not going to be negative. It's going to be well above the capitated cost. It could very easily run into the millions. I don't know if we have any provisions about indemnification or anything that have been set forth in any contracts that are being talked about. I also just wanted to point out that we have an editorial from an Idaho newspaper stating exactly as follows. The state of Idaho is on the verge of repeating a terrible mistake. The Idaho Department of Corrections has announced it plans to contract with a company to house hundreds of inmates in Colorado due to shortage of prison beds. Even a paper in Idaho thinks this is a bad idea. We have all spent, and you've been part of these discussions, years struggling with the question how to adequately and safely manage our correctional capacity and our public safety needs, and how to see to non-recidivation. Frankly, I think to the extent the state of Idaho has a problem, it is on them to solve it and not us. As to this amendment, I think the existing law is actually quite unclear, and because of that lack of clarity, invites litigation one way or the other, which is not an outcome that we should seek. I think the present language actually adds clarity, and yes, it sets forth some new conditions, which as a policy matter I actually think are appropriate. There is room for a decision to be approved or disapproved either way. I personally think, given the public safety implications involved, a higher level of scrutiny is appropriate, and that is what the committee report sets forth.
Representative Holtorf.
So the first question I would ask is, you make claims that out-of-state inmates cause riots and there's a cost associated with that. I would tell you that all inmates, out-of-state or in-state, can cause riots. So I'm not sure how you qualify that the out-of-state inmates are exclusively the cost of riots, and it's a high cost. I don't know what those costs are. I'd like to know what those costs are. You said they're in the billions or millions or billions, as I heard. I would tell you that in-state inmates cause riots too, and they have a cost associated with them, and the Department of Corrections have measures to control that, the rioting. If we properly and fully fund our Department of Corrections and train our Department of Corrections officers, and I have a brother that's in law enforcement and has worked in Department of Corrections for Weld County, that those issues can be mitigated in-state or out-of-state and are mitigated every day. Okay, so I question that position. I question it strongly. I would also say that let's not overlook the fact that when you bring inmates from out of state into the state, those states reimburse our state, I believe, or there's maybe I'm wrong, for those costs. And I know that the state reimburses at the private prisons for those costs when they take in inmates. And I'm going to talk to that a little bit later about the economic impact of this. So I'd really like to know where we get the numbers for these costs and how you qualify that it's just out-of-state inmates that are causing these riots and not in-state inmates, because I think it's very subjective and maybe cannot be definitively determined.
Representative Carver. Oh, sorry, Representative McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. I appreciate that. And I really appreciate the conversation. And Representative Weissman, I think that this conversation goes a little further, because what you're suggesting is, not to paraphrase, but to paraphrase you, is that we need to handle these exigent circumstances in statute. I don't believe that's true. I believe that the circumstances of riots and the cost to be borne for public safety are already contractually obligated to our private prisons. So if you look at any of the contracts we have, the contract with establishments like GEO, the other private prison company we have, those are already contractually obligated. So if we say what were the costs borne out of the riots that we had, they were contained within that contract. So therefore, I would need the information about what wasn't, because right now we know that the contract language does explicitly say that their responsibility is to handle all those public safety components. So again, I don't think there's a statutory need here. If there was anything, it would be more of a contractual need to make sure that we didn't miss something. So I appreciate the conversation, but again, I don't think that that is truly where we're going. And I would suggest this, that when we look at this amendment and we look at what it does, I think really, truly, what we're talking about is making sure that we don't fix what's not broken, and that currently what we have is a system by which we can accept inmates from other states. Whatever the newspaper in Idaho says, whatever the government of Idaho says, we have a contract that says this is the capacity we need. If those facilities have capacity, why would we not want to make sure that they can operate in a profitable way to give the state the services we require, but also be able to give other states the services that they need? And I would suggest that one of the things that changed in the language that we're trying to change back was very important to pay attention to. And when we get to the changed language, we say that the executive director with the governor determines that exigent circumstances require that inmates be housed in a private contract facility in order to protect public health or safety. Well, isn't that why we're housing them? So is it just that? Or is it because we have the capacity, we ought to bring those inmates in? This is a good amendment to make sure we do not break what's already working.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we had numerous amendments in judiciary on this bill. The language involving private prisons is the only one that we had a recorded vote on. And it's because it takes the language in current law that sets a standard.
Just quickly, Representative Carver, those who are having conversations on the side, like Representative Coleman and Representative Singer, for example, those having conversations on the side, if you could take them off the floor, we're trying to hear Representative Carver. Thank you. Representative Carver.
We are taking the standard in current law on when we accept out-of-state prisoners, and we are changing it to a mechanism where the governor is going to make the decision. It is totally politicizing this area, which you may or may not be in agreement with. So what's the standard in current law on when we take an out-of-state prisoner? It reads, no inmate from a state other than Colorado can be housed in a Colorado prison. So it starts with a prohibition, and then it says, unless you get the express approval of the DOC executive director, whose consent shall not be unreasonably withheld. So it leaves it up to the DOC to, yes, give that approval, but there has to be a reason. Right? And so that's the first condition before an out-of-state inmate can be housed in a Colorado prison. So if you DOC approves, and unless the private contract prison facility or a prison facility operated by a political subdivision is designed to meet or exceed the appropriate security level for the inmate. And so the way the current law reads is it understands, and again, philosophically, you may want to move over time from private prisons to publicly owned prisons. And of course, that's the larger debate within 1019. But understand that with the private prison, we are paying roughly a third of the cost to house an inmate versus what we would pay for a publicly operated prison. So that's point number one. And why is the private prison cost somewhat lower? Part of the reason is because in statute, past assemblies have recognized that if we have a vacancy rate in the private prisons, subject to the approval of the DOC executive director, out-of-state prisoners could go into the private prisons, bring that additional money to the operation of the private prison in accordance with the contract that we have with them, which lowers the overall cost to us in housing our prisoners in those private prisons, right? So when you take away this mechanism, which is a policy decision, and you have the ebb and flow of the prison count in the private prisons, you are driving up the costs, you are potentially undermining the viability of that facility. Now, maybe that's what you want to do. But the two requirements that I just read about the DOC director's approval and the private prison standard, that is eliminated in the amendment that was added in judiciary. That is gone under the amendment. And you know what the substitute is now for when an out-of-state prison can come into the state? Subject to the approval of the executive director in consultation with the governor in determining exigent circumstances. So you are taking an objective standard and you are turning it into a totally political decision. That's what the change in law is that occurred in Judiciary Committee. I would submit to you that that is not good public policy. Members, and we're going to be talking about different parts of 1019, but understand, with the private prisons we have in the state of Colorado right now, and our publicly operated prisons, we are under the 2% vacancy and hovering around 1%. We are in the kind of situation where the DOC director has said, when you have this little of flexibility in managing prisoners because you are so close to capacity, the tension increases among the prisoners, it increases among the staff, you have unsafe conditions, and bad things start to happen. That's where we are today. And so when we get to these other issues in 1019 on whether to open up CSP2, that is assuming that the private prisons are still available. I mean, we're counting them in right now as we hover out this 1%. So with this amendment, we are undercutting the viability of the private prisons in being the ability to take prisoners from out of state, should there be sufficient vacancy, and making it a totally political decision. As we're also doing a study, note the language in 1019, a study on not whether to close private prisons. That's not what the study says. The study says on how to close private prisons.
And what else we talked, again, for everyone, we are on L007 right now. We'll have a lot of time to talk about the rest of House Bill 1019, but we're on Amendment L007 to the Judiciary Committee report. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that is the context I support the Pelton Amendment. It should not be a purely political decision on whether out-of-state prisoners come into private prisons. It should be a safety decision. It should be a viability of operations decision. It should be a decision that looks at all of those factors, and that is what we have in current law. So I asked for an aye vote on the amendment.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do agree with my colleague from El Paso County on one point. There should be a safety decision. I actually think the more pro-safety language is in the committee report, more so than existing statute. For one thing, you know, I pulled the book here. Not at issue is sub 1 of the statute we're talking about, dating to 1988. The General Assembly finds and declares that the importation of prisoners from other states into correctional facilities not operated by DOC is a matter of statewide concern. That has been the sense of this General Assembly unchanged for more than 30 years. I think we would all agree with that. I think that's what the underlying issue here is. I think also wrapped up in all this is sort of an implied philosophical question about the nature of executive power. The governor of Colorado, whoever that individual is, picks his department heads. I assume, even where it's not written in the black letter, that decisions of great consequence inevitably involve conversation between that appointed individual who is not answerable to an electorate and the individual who is. I also make those same assumptions about the federal executive, again, without regard to who the current occupant of the White House is, either party. I think that is inherent in how the now existing law, sought to be changed by the committee report, operates. I think it's inherent in the new proposed language. Is it a political decision? I mean, I would say it is a values decision. Fundamentally, and going back to sub 1 in the statute, I think that these public safety policy decisions have to be made fundamentally by the people of Colorado, including the governor elected by all of the state of the people of Colorado, and not by another state, not by any other state. I do agree on one other point with that my colleague from El Paso County made. The 2% vacancy threshold is critical. Going as far back as 17, I would press staff from DOC when they would come before judiciary. What is a vacancy threshold that you need? 2, 3, 4, 5? Finally, we've settled on 2%. That gives enough capacity for inmates to be moved when that has to happen and for other reasons. I think the importance of maintaining that 2% for public safety reasons in the few facilities we have actually argues for the Judiciary Committee report and against the amendment. Because of that capacity is such a precious resource, then we should use it to see to our own population management and employee safety needs and not be willing so readily to give that away to help another state, which is a coordinate sovereign under the 10th Amendment, to solve its own problems. So I oppose the amendment and I support the committee report without the amendment.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the reason I'm so passionate about this amendment, Kit Carson County had negotiated a contract with Idaho, and the contract requires the cost be paid by the private prison company, and the state requires that full indemnification. The opening of that prison was going to be 300 jobs, $50,000 a year jobs. 300 jobs in a town of 3,500 is like gaining 40,000 jobs in Denver. That's huge, people. It's huge for rural Colorado. And just going to put some personal notes on it with that comment, because I don't know why we have to talk. And that as soon as this amendment went on committee, the deal was killed. It was a done deal until this amendment went on a study committee bill. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative McKean.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Representative Carver, I don't know many people in this chamber who command more respect and more attention from our members. And I think that that is remarkable. I think the way you think these things through is a tribute to how we're supposed to do our jobs. The reason why I would say that is because I think you hit exactly on the point of this nail. And that is that we are putting a decision into the hands of our governor and his employee, a person who serves at the pleasure of the governor. And that really means that we now have a single point of making that decision. We probably have all heard some degree of the discussion about the closure of one of the GEO facilities here in the state of Colorado. The reason why that is incredibly important to this is because that facility closed partly out of a need to close it because of a desire to stop losing money on it for the private company, but also statements made by this governor to say, we want to close private prisons. And so if we sit here and we believe that we don't pick winners and losers, we need to support this amendment. Because when we have the single point of decision saying publicly that we need to close private prisons, we're no longer, if this is the only decision point, then we no longer have chosen them as a winner. They are now losers in our state. And to limit their losses, they probably ought to just get out, which is going to put us in a terrible position. We can never close all the private prisons. We know that we do not have the capacity in our own institutions, nor do we have the money to purchase those facilities. So when you get down to it, we can never close private prisons. But what we need to make sure is that we do not put that single point of decision on a place that's already said we don't want them. And if we believe that we don't pick winners and losers in this state, then we need to make sure that this decision does not get made in one place. We need to make sure that we maintain the process we have now, and let us listen to that language. Without the express approval of the executive director, which approval shall not be unreasonably withheld, unless the private contract prison facility or prison facility operated by a political subdivision is designed to meet or exceed the appropriate security level for the inmate. We're talking about public safety. We're talking about their ability to accept inmates no greater than where we set that threshold for vacancy. That is an objective standard. That is not a subjective decision made by one person and their employee. This is an important amendment, people. This is an important amendment to make sure that we maintain an objective standard for how we do business.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you know that I've lived in Colorado for a long time, since the mid-'80s, and I remember a different state back when I first moved here. But one of the things that I wanted to bring up was following one of my colleagues' comments about how this would hurt rural Colorado. And some of you might remember when the private prison in Burlington closed. The community has not recovered from that closure. The economic impact was devastating. There were people in that rural community, there were jobs lost. They were a primary property tax payer. This is a very important industry. It's a very important business for rural Colorado to be able to house prisoners, even from other states. So when the state of Idaho was looking at the closed facility in Burlington, they determined that it was feasible to house inmates there. And because the Idaho facilities at that point could not safely accommodate them. So right before the contract was signed, this amendment was put onto the bill, and as we heard, then that contract was then not signed. So it has been a big problem for Kit Carson County, but also just our rural communities, that direction in general. And I think we need to look really long and hard before we start hurting rural Colorado. I think this affects all of us, and I think we need to be seen as supporting our rural partners and not hurting them by choking businesses that are trying to start bringing property tax revenue into those counties. With that, I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak to Representative Weissman's comments. If we are concerned about the overpopulation of prisons in the state of Colorado, if we are concerned about crowding and meeting the 1%, 2%, or 3% threshold because we might have or we might cause prison riots in state or out of state, let's not make any judgment, but just a riot in general. Sir, fellow colleague of mine, if you're truly concerned about that, and if we're concerned about the safety of our prisoners, and we're truly concerned about the safety of our correction officers in this state, if we truly have that concern, why would we then create language that makes it more restrictive and exigent in nature, which is something that is of a much higher consideration, almost emergency, state of emergency consideration, to house inmates in private prisons? I would argue that we would want all the resources we can muster in this state to safely and carefully take care of our inmates who we are trying to rehabilitate, who we are trying to get through a system and get them back into the public population to be productive citizens. Why would we try to take away any of those resources, public or private, state or contracted under the state, to meet the same standards by contract that are outlined, the same standards or exceed those same standards as is written in the contract? Why would we do that? So with this particular amendment,
L007, the amendment to the Judiciary Committee report, is the topic that we're on right now. There's the broader bill. There'll be an opportunity for debate on the broader bill, but we are to L007 to the Judiciary Committee report.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to redirect me back to this point. So why would we want to create this higher standard involving the governor, not trusting the current laws that we have and the director of corrections and his staff, which are all very competent and very professional in this state, to make those decisions? In this particular amendment, or what the current language that stands, is more restrictive. The law that we currently have, or that we're trying to propose, makes it more restrictive to deal with the issue of inmate safety. So I would argue that we need to look at this language and support this amendment.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll just go back to a couple bills ago. Representative Melton ran an amendment to build this body up to do what it set out to do. The amendment that was put on 1019 in Judiciary, why do we need to even meet? Let's just let the governor take care of everything. People, House, let's do our job, and let's vote for this amendment.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I first heard that this amendment had been added on in the Judiciary Committee last week, one of my first thoughts was, this doesn't even fit within the title of the bill. And I know it was added on in the Judiciary Committee, and so they must have reviewed this aspect of the amendment that I'm trying to work with L007. But that's that this amendment had to do with the management of another state's prison population. And 1019 is supposed to address the management of our state's prison population, and it's right there in the title. Please take a look at the title. It addresses the management of Colorado. And yet the Judiciary Committee adopted an amendment that deals with a different state's prison population. So I thought I'd just mention that I think whether it's germane or not is something that we could spend a long time talking about too. And without being in the Judiciary Committee, I imagine it was discussed there, but I thought I'd bring it up when I asked for an aye vote on L007. But one of the points that happens with this amendment is how the review is done to see whether out-of-state inmates would even be housed in Colorado. The current system is in statute. It's been working well for years and years. It allows the executive director of the Department of Corrections to review the record of every out-of-state inmate that would be brought into Colorado. So if we trust the executive director of the DOC to do those reviews, it's worked well for years. It's been working on and on for a long time, and I stand that this should still continue because we hadn't heard when this bill was first brought forth. We did not hear that there were any issues with the process by which DOC was vetting incoming prisoners from out of state. It didn't seem to be a problem. I hadn't heard that it was a problem. I've not heard from anyone in all the years I've served here. I have never heard that it was a problem with the executive director of the DOC doing the vetting. And when we have a system that's working well, I just think we need to look long and hard before changing that, especially when it's just a last-minute add-on in committee. Last minute, it's added on to the committee, it's added on by the committee and then added and voted on and then added into the committee report. So we're changing some pretty serious statutes here, folks, and I think we need to really think long and hard before we do that. With that, I strongly urge an aye vote on this amendment, and thank you for your attention.
As is sometimes the case, I believe we all feel a little bit like a member of the Judiciary Committee now. Representative Carver.
Mr. Chair, I just want to make a point that I think perhaps has not been clear in this discussion. Understand that it's now under the amendment a purely political decision made by the governor and the DOC director who serves at the pleasure of the governor. But if you look at the standard that is in the amended language, it is really equivalent to a ban in statute, because what it says is that the only time out-of-state prisoners can be housed in private facilities is if the governor and the DOC director determine that exigent circumstances require that the inmates go into private prison in order to protect public health and safety. Tell me when you would have an exigent circumstance that would require an out-of-state prisoner to be in a private prison in order to protect public health and safety. Never going to happen. And so a much more straightforward reading of this amendment is that we're setting up a situation where we totally close that off of going into private prison, and maybe that's the public policy decision that you're wanting. But that's really what this is, and let there be no mistake, the language and the process, it equals a ban on these folks going into private prison. The damage to the private prison operations is not theoretical. Just with this amendment, a contract was canceled that would have had an enormous economic impact to a rural community, as well as helping the finances of the private prison, which then does what? Reduces our cost, the taxpayer cost, in housing the prisoners there. So, members, with that, that's what's involved in this amendment, and the Pelton Amendment to strip this language off and return to current law, and I ask for support of the Pelton Amendment.
Further comments on L007? Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. I want to be very clear that if we are bringing in 1,000 inmates from a different state to be in our state, in facilities that exist within Colorado, the least that we can ask is that the executive director, who reports to the governor, takes into account public safety. I ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Representative Holtorf.
Mr. Chairman and ladies and gentlemen, I would say that that already happens. The executive director of the Department of Corrections already very carefully and very thoroughly with his staff analyzes every consideration, and probably if needed, based on the relationship he has with the governor, which I know is very close, as an appointee, knowing his professional responsibility, would make a call if there was any question in his professional judgment whether there was going to be an issue. I don't know why in judiciary this amendment has been brought forth, and I don't know why now an executive director has to, through legislation, through state law, now he is obligated by law to ask the governor for permission to do his job. Now, if any of you were executive directors of any government department.
Representative Holtorf, I'd ask you to frame your comments not specifically to speaking to other members. I'd ask you to speak about the policy, not speaking about other members.
Okay, I will talk to the policy. If anybody in general were to have to go and ask their boss, the CEO or the president or the governor, you would feel that maybe your decisions were questioned, that maybe you didn't have the confidence and full faith to execute the duties that you were given and appointed to do. I would have that concern. So if that's the case, maybe the governor should have the sole decision to make that. I'm sure that would be wonderful. But maybe the governor has more important things to do than micromanage the Department of Corrections.
Representative Herron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To be very clear, the Department of Corrections supports the bill. The Department of Corrections asks for the amendment and supports this moving forward. Thank you.
Any further discussion on L007? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L007, House Bill 10, to the Judiciary Committee report to House Bill 1019. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Amendment fails. Brings us to the Judiciary Committee report. Any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things that is brought forth in the Judiciary Committee is it talks about the study of regarding the 3,100 Colorado inmates that are currently held in the 2 private prisons. And this is more than 20% of the state's inmate population. The issue that I have is that the current language would actually predetermines the result of the study. And it says that the Department of Corrections shall study how to end the use of private prisons. That means we're going into the study with a predetermined outcome. Without knowing the results of the study, we shouldn't just say we're going in trying to figure out how to end private prisons. This is a big deal to change, as we've been talking up to now, to change the ability of different counties and different areas within the state, especially the rural areas, to house inmates in the private prisons. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move L009 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L009 has been moved. We'll hold for it to be displayed.
Amendment L009 to the Judiciary Committee report has been moved and is properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you can see, this amendment is actually changing only the wording that has to do with the actual study, making it more neutral. Instead of saying we're closing the private prisons, so please figure out how to do that, figure out the fallout, we're just going to close them. This amendment talks more about it. It says that we will look at the impact of closing the private prisons. And just using that language, that we are going to study the impact of closing the private prisons, actually means that we can have a solid study that would look at both the pros and the cons. It would look at the best interest of the citizens, the inmates, the affected communities, our justice system as a whole. And I think that this is a good way to actually have a study that would look at what's best for our state. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on L009? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and ladies and gentlemen. For all of us that have done studies or been involved in studies, we want to take what's called a holistic approach that analyzes everything within the context of the study matter, or what we are trying to study, to get a clear understanding of all of the factors. I have never seen a study in my life that predetermines a result of the study until this week. Now, with respect to this amendment, this actually allows for us to be more holistic in our approach to studying a problem. It is a qualitative and quantitative, there are qualitative and quantitative elements of this consideration. And this allows for us to consider the impact. We get input from, I was taught early on when I came to this job, you've got to listen to the stakeholders. Well, this actually allows us to consider the stakeholders that are involved in the Department of Corrections and the promulgation of this statute. As I look and as we read and as we ponder this amendment, it has great merit. Ladies and gentlemen, it has great merit if you are truly an objective-minded, clear-thinking, and holistic-minded person. Public safety experts. One of the considerations is public safety, not only for our inmates, but for our correctional officers. Prosecutors, defense attorneys, community reentry providers. I would say that's very important. And in this bill that this amendment is attached to, it overlooks these holistic stakeholders. But with this amendment, ladies and gentlemen, it allows for a much greater holistic approach, with all the stakeholders considering the impact and getting a thorough and comprehensive analysis of what we want to achieve in the Department of Corrections in this state. So I support this amendment, and I support all of you, very intelligent, educated, minded, and clear-thinking legislators, to consider to be holistic in your approach to solving the state's problems. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. I'm not sure that accusing us all of being intelligent and educated is appropriate, but we'll move forward from there. Representative McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Representative Holtorf, you have impugned my motives. But actually, I'm going to disagree with you. I have seen a study like this. My dad used to tell me to go cut my own switch. So I got to go and figure out which one it was. That was a study, and we knew the outcome. I would suggest that this is not the first study I've seen where we know the outcome and it's not predetermined. But I will tell you that what we're doing is cutting the switch of rural Colorado. We are cutting the switch of Burlington. We're cutting the switch of Sterling. We are cutting the switch that would say, if the determination of that study is to figure out how we get out of the private prison business, Say goodbye to Burlington, Colorado. Say goodbye to Sterling, Colorado, because these are large pieces of the economy of those towns. And if we sit here on our high pedestal and say we're going to get out of the private prison business because we don't like it, why don't we march the folks from Burlington up here? What's the population of Burlington, folks? 3,200? What? 3,500. Why don't we have 3,500 people from Burlington march up here and tell us what this does to their town? Why don't we find out what the cafe downtown can't stay in business because they can't sell hamburgers to anybody anymore because you can't afford to live out in Burlington when you ain't got a job? I disagree, Representative Holtorf. I have seen predetermined outcomes to studies, and I didn't like the result. Because what I brought back to Dad was what was going to smack my butt. And I would suggest that we are sitting here making a decision that cuts the switch of some of our rural communities that are fighting for their life.
Further discussion on L009. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In Judiciary Committee, we had county commissioners from Benton, Crowley counties show up. And quite frankly, almost the equivalent of beg us not to predetermine the end result of this study, which is what the language does right now. The language of the study on page 5 is the department shall study how to end the use of private prisons. When we're talking about counties where this is more than 50% of their economy, and as one county commissioner said, if you close the private prison in my county economy is dead. My tax base, my supporting businesses, this is the core of our county economy. And what this amendment does is it simply treats the study as we always should. Should we close private prisons? Not how to close private prisons. Should we? Taking into account the impact to our fellow Coloradans, our struggling rural districts, and as we're hovering around 1%, how we would house the prisoners that were no longer being housed in the private prisons. Or if you were going to transition those prisons to publicly operated, how are you going to pay for it? When the cost per inmate in a private prison is a third of what it costs to house that same inmate in a public prison. Understanding, again, members, philosophically you may prefer private prisons, but the economic impact to rural districts, the cost to our state budget, and if you close the capacity of these private prisons and don't transition them to publicly operated, when we're hovering around 1% vacancy, where are you going to put these prisoners? We have no place to go. The opening of CSP 2 is with the understanding that the private prisons continue to house prisoners. And my final comment, members, this amendment is, in my view, the most important amendment. It is an amendment of fairness. It is an amendment of letting all of those impacted by this decision to have their say in a way that it's like, why should I even argue what you're doing to Benton Crowley if the stated statutory purpose of the study is how you're going to close the prison and ruin our economy? Surely we can at least do a study that tells those folks we are going to listen to your input, we're going to analyze the cost of transitioning those prisons to a publicly owned. What is that cost? Are we committing to pay that cost when the other option is to devastate those counties? Not just to transition, but then to run those as publicly operated prisons at not just double the cost, triple the cost. We going to fit that into the state budget from now into the future? Important considerations, colleagues. And so I urge you to accept this amendment. This amendment is fair. This is the kind of objective study we need before making this significant public policy decision. Let everybody who's affected by this in the state have their say, and let their input be fairly considered in the decision on whether to move away from private prisons. I urge support for the amendment.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not certain that what I'm going to talk about is in the right spot, but I believe my colleague, Representative Carver, opened the door to this when she talked about the county commissioners who came to testify from one in particular, Crowley. So I have some numbers. I'm not going to stand here and pretend to tell you I'm an expert on prisoners, but I do know a lot about communities that die.
Representative Landgraf, is this an argument to L009, the amendment to the Judiciary Committee report?
Yes, because it's an argument to switch to this amendment, what's on here.
Okay, please proceed.
As opposed to the bill, I think. You can tell me. So, Crowley County, and I know the people on this side care about this, 71.1% of the children in Crowley County are on free and reduced lunch. 71.7, 72%, 38.5% under the age of 18 live in poverty. Now, if this passes the way it's written without this amendment, and we move to close this prison, these numbers are going to go up dramatically. I mean, how much higher can they go? But they will. People will lose their homes. They'll try to sell them, but who's going to buy them? Local mom and pop stores will close, gas stations will close, restaurants will close. This, if we don't pass the amendment, is going to destroy these communities. So I ask that you support this amendment so we can come away from the absolute end goal of closing these prisons. Thank you. Ask for a yes vote.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do believe that this will speak to the amendment because it's a letter from the Board of Kit Carson County Commissioners. And it's, as Kit Carson County Commissioners, we are writing this letter of support for Benton and Crowley counties, which both have private prisons that are
Representative Pelton, does the letter speak to Amendment L009 to the Judiciary Committee report?
private prisons.
No. Right, we're going to speak to the bill. We'll get to the bill, and if you think that what the letter is germane to the bill, that's okay. If the letter doesn't address Amendment L009 to the Judiciary Committee report, it's not in order right now to read a letter that is not germane to that. That's not to say that there won't come a time in the debate where it will be germane, but right now the question is, shall the amendment L009 to the Judiciary Committee report be adopted? If you have arguments to that, this is not to say this is the last time you can speak. You have many more chances to speak. Right now, under the rules, what we need to talk about is whether or not L009 should be adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies. You know, it was speaking about the private prisons in those counties, so I apologize. But I do think this amendment is very good, getting people that are involved in these counties and communities with the private prisons involved in the study is very much needed, and I appreciate this amendment, and I'm in support of it.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment actually doesn't diverge too much from the initial language in the bill. If it gives people a little bit of ease to add this amendment on, then I will consider it friendly.
Hey, everyone heard that? Yeah, great. Amendment L009. Given that it's now a friendly amendment, does anyone else want to make comments about it? Wonderful. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L009 to the Judiciary Committee report. I'm sorry, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment L009 is adopted. Good job debating that unanimous amendment for 20 or 30 minutes. That brings us to the Judiciary Committee report. Any additional discussion on the Judiciary Committee report on Amendment House Bill 1019? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report, Judiciary Committee report on House Bill 1019. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The Judiciary Committee report as amended is adopted. Any further discussion now to the bill on House Bill 1019? What? No, it has been moved. So we are to the bill now. Now, any conversation regarding the relatively broad title and policy of this bill is now germane, whether we should adopt this bill or not. Representative Holdorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the point where I do what my constituents sent me here to do, and I fight for their survival. I fight for the future of rural Colorado, and I need you to please listen. I beg you to listen to what I have to say. When I reviewed this bill, I named it something, and it was an old movie that Clint Eastwood acted in.
To the bill. I'm not joking. To the bill. Representative Holdorf.
Okay, so there's good parts to the bill, there's bad parts to the bill, and there's ugly parts to the bill. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak to the...
It was very good whistling, sir. To the bill.
Thank you. The most important plea I have for all of you, I'm going to read. The hardest job in governance, I believe, is the job of a county commissioner. Overworked, underfunded, the demands are incredible, and the unfunded mandates are enormous. Now, I have letters from 2 counties, county commissioners, and they're pleading to all of you tonight. And I'm going to read the first one from Crowley County, one of the 9 counties in my district. Dear Colorado legislators, this is dated January 24, 2020. Dear Colorado legislators, this is from the Crowley County Commissioners in Ordway, Colorado. Ordway is a very small town in my district. This memo is being sent to you to provide information regarding private prisons in the state of Colorado. The first thing that needs to be understood is that all aspects of the private prisons operating are monitored by the Colorado Department of Corrections, using very extensive oversight program through the Private Prison Monitoring Unit to ensure all rules and regulations are followed. The private prisons all tend to be located in rural hardship areas with high unemployment and low assessed valuations. In the mid-1990s, the state was encouraging counties and cities to provide beds for prisoners due to budget constraints. Counties, in an attempt to reinvent themselves and provide economic opportunity, much needed and desperate in rural Colorado, pursued attracting the industry to boost local taxes and provide jobs for their county citizens. The counties where prisoners were located have provided a service to the state in cost savings, along with boosting their own local economies. The cost savings between housing inmates in state versus private facilities and the goal of reducing the overall prison cost to the state poses the question, should the state use private prisons more in the future? Should they use them at all? Are they a viable component to the Department of Corrections solution of their inability to house all the inmates that may be in the state or coming to the state. The cost of housing an inmate in a private prison currently is $57.94 per day versus a state-run facility at nearly double this amount without including any capital costs. And the state pays no sales tax or property tax to the counties where these facilities are located. Now I want to highlight something about that because later this evening I'm going to point out the economic impact to a county, specifically to Crowley County for 2019, that this enterprise provides to that county for its survival. This isn't just a matter of supplementing. This isn't just a matter of adding something else to the county's budget to improve them. This is a matter of actually surviving and being able to fund all the services. And I will present that as evidence to you to support my claims and the claims of these county commissioners. The savings provides the funding for the state to focus on other areas, such as health and human services, highway construction, repairs, education, and a long list of other programs. I think their assessment is not inaccurate. There is a cost savings, and we must not overlook that. Money matters. Money matters. As members of the legislative branch of Colorado, you deal with constant requests for new and/or enhanced programs to better serve the state. Future economic forecasts for the country and the state stresses the importance of looking beyond the short-term financial picture. Once a private prison closes, the cost to reopen the facility in future time will become extremely costly and detrimental for the company. This situation could leave the Colorado looking for funding for corrections and overlooking other important programs and services. It is always necessary to balance the needs of the state with funds available over an extended period of time. The process of lowering prison costs is lengthy. Knowing that we need to provide a safe learning environment with the prisons of the state, we should use the savings found in the use of the private prisons that our counties have invested in for our survival. These savings can be used towards programs for youth. Maybe that will lead to the goal of lowering the need for prison beds in the future. We are frequently asked for information regarding the value of a facility to our county, and this is the economic component. The Core Civic, which is Crowley County's private prison, employs 246 individuals. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the largest employer of any business entity in Crowley County. The largest. It is the 800-pound elephant in that county's economic equation. With 35% living within Crowley County, the remaining living in the communities around the living communities of La Junta, Rocky Ford, Manzanola, Fowler, and Pueblo, Swink, and in some cases Canyon City. With a population of 3,200 people, Crowley County would be devastated by the loss of these jobs and this employment. They would furthermore be devastated by the loss in the realized taxes that are generated from this employment enterprise. Now, at this time, I'd like to ask the chair to bring something forward to be presented that is relevant to this.
Representative Holtorf, is it an amendment or is it?
It is the tax roll for Crowley County.
So Representative Holtorf, I'll ask you to talk with the minority leader about this. We have a rule about displaying items. You can talk with the majority leader as well, and we'll see if we can do permission to display something today. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll fill up some time here while the leaders are talking about that. And I'm going to read a letter I started to read a little while ago, and I think it's germane now to the bill. It's from the Kit Carson County Commissioners, and it says, "Dear Committee, as Kit Carson County Commissioners, we are writing this letter of support for Benton and Crowley counties, which both have private prisons that are currently under question of closure with the 2020 proposed bill. that the Department of Corrections recently presented you at their budget presentation meeting. As evidenced by the loss of CCA in Kit Carson County, the prison that had a contract negotiated that fell through when the amendment hit the committee, they lost the private prison and has economically devastated the community. Kit Carson County has lost around $200,000 a year in property tax revenue annually since the closure. Aside from the property tax loss that Kit Carson County incurred with the closure, the county lost 75 families who were forced to move away. This loss impacted every business of our community. The city of Burlington was greatly affected by loss of income, as were the schools. Businesses lost income and proposed businesses did not build, all due to this prison closure. There is no easy way to estimate how much revenue was lost in our area due to this closure, but every business felt the loss. We urge you to consider the economic impact of closing private prisons, which the amendment that got accepted is going to do. But in Bent, Crowley counties, there is no responsible way to end the practice of using private prisons. Instead, we urge you to study how to better utilize private prisons to aid these communities so that we may continue to thrive. That's from the Kit Carson County Commissioners.
Representative Holtorf. Yeah, Mr. Gregorio, please feel free to post the tax bill.
Okay, so what I want to point out here. Sorry, I'm the new guy. I'm learning. Thank you for your patience. What I want to point out here, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2019 tax assessment for CCA in Crowley County. This is produced and published by the county treasurer. And these are the tax assessments that are assessed on this business to operate in this county. Now, the letter that I'm reading, pay very close attention to the thing that's circled. $1.336 million. I'm just going to round up for general discussion to $1.3 million of assessed tax. Now, where does that money go, you ask? Well, first of all, the private business is obligated to pay that tax to the county, and all of us do. But look at the very top. The county general fund gets almost, and please come forward, this is really important because this is the survival of my counties in my district. This is the survival of our state. You want to talk about the rural and the frontier regions of Colorado? I live in them. And I represent the people that live in these areas. Now, if you look very carefully, road and bridges, 332,000, excuse me, make sure I'm reading that right. You have to get lower it down. Thank you. So that's much better. Thank you, sir. So if you look at the breakdown at the top of what categories those funds are appropriated to by the county treasurer, and that's by statute. They have to be appropriated according to statute. The general fund gets nearly $600,000. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what county commissioners, and many of you have been county commissioners in this esteemed body. And you know how hard it is to run a county. Many of you have been mayors, you've led municipalities, and you know how hard it is to do those jobs. Well, with this, you're going to take $600,000 away from Crowley County as soon as you close the door and that thing leaves. And that's just one element. That's just one economic impact. I have many more to explain. Let's talk about the roads and bridges. $132,000. How about the emergency management services, the ambulance, the EMTs that provide the health care services in these communities? $32,000. Almost $30,000. How about human services? I serve on the Public Health and Human Services Committee with many of you, esteemed colleagues. And I'll tell you, our health and human services challenges are enormous. especially in rural Colorado. So you're going to tell me that if we go forward with this, it's okay to take away almost $64,000 from Crowley County. Who's going to take care of the people that need it most? The people that have mental health, the people that have disabilities, the people that have drug addiction or recovering from drug addiction in my communities, those caseworkers. There's so many people involved in health and human services. I'm learning every day in these committees how important this is to the health and livelihood of our communities, both in the urban sector and in the rural sector. Now let's continue on, because the school districts get hit the hardest. We're going to hit the kids, because look how much money this appropriation gives to our schools. RE1 school district, $450,000. We're going to wipe that off the table. Could you imagine if you were the school superintendent of that school? Could you imagine if you were in that school district, the economic impact you would face if you take almost $500,000 away from your budget? I continue. We have a water district that gets funding. Most of that goes to agriculture to support the production of food. Commodities that turn into food, rather. But let me tell you something. Agriculture is the biggest employer, and water management and the water conservation and the utilization of water is so critical. But we're going to take money away from that entity as well. So I will tell you, this is real. And with that, I'm going to continue to finish this letter. I think I've made my point, sir, if you could turn that off. Let me find my place 1 minute here. Using the population of southeast Colorado, I'll back up one sentence. With the population of 3,200 citizens, Crowley County would be devastated by the loss of taxes and jobs. And I have illustrated the tax component only the tax component. Let's talk about jobs. Let's talk about people. When I first came here, I said, let's put people over party. Let's put people over politics. Let's put people first, the citizens of this great state. The entire valley would be negatively affected. Using the population of southeastern Colorado, the loss of 437 jobs at the facilities located in the counties of Crowley and Bent County. Now this is both of them, and I have a letter from Bent County as well. I haven't even got to that letter, ladies and gentlemen, but I have it here from the Bent County Commissioners. Because they have the same desperate plea, ladies and gentlemen. This would equate to a loss of 28,000 jobs if the numbers were compared to the Denver metro area. Now, for my fellow Denver legislators, if you had any business entity that was leaving Denver metro area that employed 28,000 people, I promise you, your mayor, your commerce, Chamber of Commerce, your economic development director, and all the economic development members of the Economic Development Board, your legislators, the people that sit in this esteemed body would say, wait a minute, we can't lose that. We've got to find a way to save that business enterprise. What can we do to not have that economic impact in the Denver metro area? And I'm sure the people in this room and all the great people outside of this room would find a solution. I know they would, because it would be devastating on your communities. I continue, sir. The Crowley County Correctional Facility spent over $1 million in our community. The Crowley County Correctional Facility personnel, employees, spend over $1 million in our communities, either at retail businesses, through their utility companies, through the housing market, through goods and services, and many other things to support our county. So now what you do is you tell all these people, you're out of a job. And here's where it gets really sad. This is where it hurts my heart, and it hurts me. It hurts me to think about it, because I live in a small community. So you're going to tell me we're going to tell 246 People, you no longer have a job in Crowley County. Please find another job elsewhere. And I promise you, there will not be a job in Crowley County for these people. Now, the story gets worse. They have families. They have to go back to their significant other and tell them now they're unemployed. The story gets worse. Now they have to go and say, well, I can't live here anymore because I don't have a job here anymore. So now what am I going to do? The story gets worse. Now tell the kids, I have to pull them out of school because now we have to go move somewhere else because I have to find another job to support my family. And I can't do it in Crowley County. And these are not low-paying, low-wage jobs. These are good jobs in my district. The story gets worse, ladies and gentlemen. So now you're going to take the housing market, which is assessed value to the county. And if you looked at what I pointed out earlier, I will tell you that valuation is based on real estate values. But if you tell all these people to leave and they move out and all of a sudden you have 246 houses on the market in this community, you have just crashed the housing market. It is devastating to a housing market, and then the county even suffers more. You impose more pain on my constituents because what you do is you say, well, and the story is even worse because these people that leave now have to sell their homes. Have any of us heard about being upside down in a real estate market? Oh my goodness. Now they have to sell their homes at a loss to move somewhere and probably in the state buy at a premium because real estate in Colorado is at all-time record highs. The story gets worse. If that wasn't bad enough, ladies and gentlemen, if that wasn't enough, if you haven't harmed these people enough by the indirect consequence of this particular language in this legislation, and it's not all bad. There's some good parts to this. I just want to help to remove the parts that are not going to support my constituents. So now, the county gets less money. We've crashed the housing market. People are upside down and probably can't recover. And now here's what's get really bad. Because now society is injured. Now people turn to alcohol and drugs to try to remedy their pain. Now we have more social injustice. Now we may have more crime. Now we put more of a burden, potentially on the correctional system that we're trying to help correct. And if I don't have enough suicide rate, I apologize if what I'm saying is funny. I apologize if what I'm saying is funny.
So the aspects of the bill, Representative Holtorf. I understand, again, I understand the economic impacts I'm going to talk about, but to the bill, please, with respect to the policy of prison management within the state, please.
I believe I'm talking to that as we propose legislation that closes or permits a study to close private prisons, sir. I believe I'm talking to that. I'm making a case for the economic impact to my constituents, and I don't find the humor in this. I'm sorry. I don't find the humor in this. These are real people, sir. Now, I continue.
I'm not laughing, Representative Holtorf. I'm talking about the rules of the chamber. I am not laughing. I don't find any humor in it either. I would say just please confine your discussion to the policies that are within the bill.
I will continue. So at any time you need additional information or you want to visit with the County Commissioner of Crowley County, please contact Blaine Arbuthon, Toby Albaugh, and Roy Elliott. Now, Toby has written me another letter. This is dated February 3rd. He's the Commissioner of Crowley County. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Toby Albaugh. I'm one of the commissioners in Crowley County. We'd like to meet with you and discuss the issues at hand with respect to House Bill 20-1019. The intent of this bill is to close the private prisons. It is loaded with erroneous information. Benton and Crowley County have private prisons that provide nearly 500 jobs and several $1 million in property and state tax, and we cannot afford to lose them. We are rural and two of the poorest counties in the state. Please help us. Please help us to understand why we will suffer economic depravity if this legislation goes forward. My next letter is from Huerfano County. Now, Donald Valdez is not here, but if he was here, I promise you he would be reading this letter to you because this is his county. He legislates beside me in southern Colorado. This is a letter written from Huerfano County Commissioners to support the Bent County Commissioners. Dear Commissioners, I understand there will be legislation introduced that intends to close the remaining private prisons in the state. In the following paragraphs, I will try to cover the impacts that the closure of the Huerfano County Correctional Facility had on Huerfano County. The immediate impact is the loss of jobs. Our facility had between 200 and 250 full-time employees. A third of those employees were county residents. The others bought gas and groceries here in Walsenburg. The commonly used multiplier affecting economic development for purposes is that money turns over in economies 3 to 5 to 7 times. It's called the velocity of money for those of us that have studied economics. The direct impact in losing the jobs, let's say 200 jobs, at $30,000 per year is $6 million. If you take the multiplier effect as a means of economic impact, this will raise, based on the 3 to 5 to 7, using 3 to 7 rather as a multiplier, $18 million to $42 million. Did I say that right? 18? Even if it was $20 million, it's enormous. It's enormous impact, ladies and gentlemen. The other direct impact is the per capita revenue. Immediately were the loss of conservation trust funds because inmates were considered group housing. The Department of Human Services saw a drop in funding for services because of the population decrease, as well as CTF dropped by 8%. I don't have the specific numbers for the human services losses. When you have to start looking for indirect costs, the first is the housing values. And I talked about housing values. With Huerfano, the prison was the second largest employer. Did I mention Crowley's the first? Now we have the second. The second largest employer in the county. Without those jobs, the bottom fell out of the housing market. Boy, there's a surprise. Our prison closed in 2011 for the last time. You could buy a house using a credit card in Huerfano County with housing values between $25,000 and $40,000. With values that low, there is an unquantifiable amount of apathy, which results in unkept properties and neighborhoods beginning to deteriorate into slums. Sales at local grocery stores begin to drop, and sudden drop is so severe that stores begin to close. The providers of goods and services that cater to prison employees cannot survive on the remaining county customers. We saw a 10% drop in sales tax and an 8% drop in assessed value for our entire county. Perhaps the hardest impact to overcome is the cohesive sense of community that begins to wane when you have increased unemployment and a decline in your pride. The residents begin to feel abandoned by their leadership because they see, feel, and live this decline. The apathy starts to set in, which opens the doors for increased criminal activity, addictive behavior, illegal drug use, and more pressure on the health and human services of our county and law enforcement of our county. I believe that the private prisons came into the rural areas because the higher populations needed additional capacity. We accepted them into our communities and found a symbiotic relationship. It was good jobs for us in rural Colorado, and we felt that it was an inexpensive operating environment for the State Department of Corrections and Prisons. And I believe that to be true, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think you can argue the economics. What isn't talked about is how the decisions are made and the impact to rural areas without consideration for lifelong impacts that these decisions have. The decisions that we're talking about making right here, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm bringing them to your acute attention because the people are counting on you to do the right things, to not abandon them. Don't abandon southern and southeastern Colorado. Don't do it, ladies and gentlemen. They deserve better from our leadership. The last sentence may be the most hardest for me to read. It would, and I don't agree with this, but it is stated, and I'm going to read the letter as written by the county administrator. It would do my heart good to see the situation reversed, although I know there would be much more compassion at the state capitol if that were the case. Signed, Josh M. Galusha, County Administrator, on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners of Huerfano County. If I haven't made my case well enough, I apologize. I apologize if I have not made this plea to a level of desperation for my people in my district. I have to ask the minority leader a question, sir, if this is appropriate to read. Is that appropriate? This is the time. Is that appropriate to read?
Is there something?
It pertains
You
to
could,
the bill,
if you
sir.
need a moment, there's other folks who'd like to speak, so you can have a moment. You will have the opportunity to speak again, I assure you.
I yield to the chairman.
Representative Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I want to talk about what this bill does just for a quick second. So to be clear, this bill does not call for the closure of private prisons in Colorado. It's a study, okay? It studies what would happen if we were to close the prisons, the 2 private prisons that are left in Colorado. We have included the economic impact because why? The commissioners asked. We've also been asked to include the language around their specific input. Why? Because they asked for it. So instead of making decisions that could happen with haste, because perhaps we don't agree morally with a private prison or we do, we have asked for a study to determine the impacts of closing a prison on a community. I will add that Burlington actually saw economic boom. But members, the only option here is not closure. We have thousands of inmates in these facilities. Where are they going to go? The options could include things like a buyback, getting all of those employees into the state system, paying them more, allowing for retirement. Where will they spend that money? In their communities. So these are all things that will be contemplated in the study. I will also let folks know, because perhaps the committee report was confusing, the initial proposal calls for a 1-to-1 swap of private prison beds and public prison beds. The GO facility, closed. That language is removed. This specifically looks to what would happen if we were to close the additional facilities. GO, for instance, and other private prison companies and private prisons across the country are losing money. They are trying to negotiate contracts that ask for less employees, firing their correctional officers. They are deciding to do other things with their business, and quite frankly, I don't know that they'll be here in 10 years. It is our responsibility, members, to actually ensure some type of just transition for these communities, and the study will allow us to contemplate all of those options. So I ask, are we afraid of the data? Because that's all we're asking for, is the data. It's the information to make an informed decision about what Colorado funds and will not fund when it comes to corrections. So I just want to be clear that this conversation about what would happen in these communities is premature. It will be contemplated in the study. And when I talk about the employees in the system, Colorado Wins supports the bill. So, you were, yes, exactly. I know. But I do want to say that I respect and appreciate the robust conversation, specifically the conversations that I've had with the county commissioners in Bent and Crowley County, specifically with the people that I spoke to in those counties and the facility that I went to. I respect those conversations. That's why you see it reflected in the bill. So a lot of the things you heard about earlier, yeah, I wanted to come down and say that's not what the bill does, but y'all already knew that. It's not what the bill does because it was changed, right? To reflect a study of what will happen if we remove private prisons in Colorado. That included the county commissioner inputs. It included changing the date, moving the date of 2025. But what the bill also does, members, and I'll say this for a member who asked me a very respectful question about this. If we don't pass this bill, we will have nowhere to house over 500 inmates. Nowhere. Because CSP2 will close completely. The 125 beds we allowed for last session in an emergency circumstance, which didn't happen, will be gone. Because that bill repeals. That statute repeals as of the date that we leave this body. This allows for the opening of this session, by the way. This allows for the opening of 2 towers in CSP2, which we already own, over 600 beds, and it does so responsibly and respectfully. So members, I know this is a very emotional debate for some. I ask that we actually read the bill to understand the policy, and that we respect that this is the one step, but that we need the data in order to make decisions moving forward. It's a study. Thank you.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I've got to ask my colleague. She said that Burlington actually had a boom when prison was closed. It did not. My house is 30 miles from that prison. There was devastation in that community when that prison closed. And who thinks a 1-for-1 bed swap, empty out one private, put it in a state, will work? When a private prison gets down to, say, 75% capacity, they're going to close. They cannot afford to operate anymore. So the 1-to-1 swap is a fallacy that will not work in the real world. But I challenge that there was an economic boom in Kit Carson County when that prison closed.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify one point, the language of 1-to-1 was in the introduced version of the bill. That is gone with the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. What the bill as amended by the Judiciary Committee report now specifies is the opening of 650 beds. Now, I want to make it clear, we're not talking about a 1-to-1 swap anymore. That is, 1-to-1 swap was in the introduced version. It was agreed upon by a lot of folks, not least the Department of Corrections, that a better way to do it was to provide for a certain number of beds to be opened. It's roughly 2 towers down there. A tower is 300 and change beds. So what we're now talking about, if we pass the bill in the current form right now, is a certain number of beds and not a 1-to-1 approach anymore.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Weissman. I was just answering what Representative Herod had pointed out just minutes before that with a 1-to-1 bed swap.
Representative Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, I mentioned there were a number of amendments offered in judiciary, and certainly some of those amendments were at the request of the commissioners. But I can also tell you that as we came out of committee on a party line vote, they came up to me and said, thank you for voting against this bill. Even with the amendments, this is going to devastate our county, our economy, our schools, our basic infrastructure, our housing market, everything, our future. And of course, at that point, the bill that came out of the committee, the study was how to end prisons. And we are appreciative of the amendment that was added that doesn't make that a foregone conclusion of the study. And we appreciate that amendment. But make no mistake, the commissioners of Benton Crowley County, as we walked out of the committee room, were in despair. And that was their language. We are in despair. And also, members, let me just say, and Representative Ransom will be speaking to this with more clarity. In joint judiciary, Department of Corrections came to this, and Mr. Chair, this is directly relevant to Representative Herrod's discussion about the need to address the opening of CSP2, Towers 1 and 2, because we are so close to capacity. The DOC presentation to joint judiciary came to us with these circumstances and said, we need statutory legislation to open CSP2. And I'm sure many of you that are familiar with this issue, when we talk about a bill that just does that recognizes the emergency situation we are in at prison capacity and would authorize DOC to utilize an existing prison facility already paid for by taxpayer money, CSP2, consisting of 2 towers. And we need both towers to manage our growing prison population, even with our private prisons operating the way they are right now. And what was put in front of joint judiciary was simply that they were coming to the legislature asking for a bill to be passed allowing them to use CSP2 Towers 1 and 2. 1019 is not that bill. That's a clean CSP2 opening bill. And potentially a JBC bill, but that's for JBC members to talk about. 1019 says to DOC, DOC, we know you're absolutely desperate to use CSP2, but here's the conditions we're going to wrap into that permission. This study, at least as it was originally written, the study to end private prisons. And there were many other policy positions enfolded into 1019, some of which were changed by amendments, some that weren't. So just so we clearly understand, members, there is more than one way to address our desperate need for additional jail capacity. And in my view, 1019 is not the better option.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am just going to respond to one piece of what we heard a few minutes ago, that there are no other options right now, that I think we all recognize that we have a very urgent situation going on in our state right now with the closing of Cheyenne Mountain coming up very soon. We absolutely are at a point that is close to becoming a crisis if we don't respond very quickly. So one of the discussions that we have had over across the street in JBC is how to respond statutorily and make sure that DOC has what they need to have in order to take care of the people that are currently incarcerated and the ones that need to remain incarcerated. So with that, 1019 is one of the options that we were told about because that would statutorily authorize the opening of CSP2, which seems to be the main solution that we are all seeing. However, there are the other option that we had discussed over there was to have a JBC bill, another bill that would just cleanly open both towers of CSP2. That bill was tentatively, it was discussed. It's on the bill list. It's not in motion or anything like that. But as you know, the JBC can introduce bills when they are unanimous, and that would be one way to statutorily authorize the opening of CSP2. So I just want everybody here to understand that we are not locked into this bill. So those of you that are thinking about just different options, I just want to make sure that you know that there are multiple options to resolving this upcoming soon-to-be crisis. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think I said that this was the option that we have. If we don't do something, what are we going to do with those inmates? The GO facility is closed. There are other things we could do. We could bring in sled beds. Actually, if we don't do anything, we actually trigger a bill that I passed that says that if we're at a certain capacity, DOC can start paroling people. So sure, there are things we can do. There are lots of things that we can do. We can put folks back in our county jails that we just helped to clear out the backlog, which we still have work to do there. But members, we could actually put folks across Colorado and all of our counties in our jails, which I will tell you, we don't have support from folks like our county sheriffs on that path forward. This is a path forward that we have in front of us, and it includes a study. Sure, yes, it does. But it also says we are going to open these 2 towers. If we don't pass a bill, then CSP2 closes, we lose those 125 beds, and we're going to have to figure out what to do with the remainder of those inmates. We can. It's not responsible. So I ask for your support on 1019.
Representative James D. Jim Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just so I'm clear, since out of all of you in this chamber, I'm the one with CSP2 in my district. So this is a little bit personal to me. So, Representative Herod, I ask you the question, if this bill does not pass, CSP2 will not open. Representative Ransom said that JBC had talked about it, and that might be a possibility that they would be able to do something that would open. So what do I tell my constituents? Will it or will it not open no matter what happens to 1019?
I will recognize Representative Herod after I note that Senator Paula Dean is in the room, so all the normal things we say about senators, please refrain from it. We think the Senate's great. The way we normally talk about them, we're going to refrain from doing that for a second. We think they're wonderful and very efficient. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to go back real quick to the timeline here. GO closes on March 6th or 7th, first week of March, closes. We have to get a bill through the House and the Senate before it closes to authorize this funding to ensure that these offenders have somewhere to go. Are there other options? Sure, a member can bring a bill. Are the votes there? I don't know. JBC chose to wait for 1019. They need unanimous votes to get a bill out. And then we have to vote on it and send it through the process. So, to your point, The bill that we authorized last year for the opening of some of CSP2 sunsets this year if we don't do something. We have the do something on the table right now. It opens two towers beyond the 125 that we had authorized initially. If we don't pass a bill, the 125 goes away and we do not authorize the opening of CSP2. CSP2 must be authorized by statute. I don't know of any other bill on the table.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Harrod. So the answer to my question would be, there's no way CSP2 will be open if this bill does not pass. Is that what you said?
Representative Harrod.
There's no way that CSP2 will open if a bill does not pass. I don't see another bill on the table, but sure, a member can bring a bill. It could not be this bill. It could be, I mean, I hope you guys haven't gone over your 5-bill limit, but it could be another bill, but you have to get it through the committees. This bill has made it out of House Judiciary. Yes, you can do it. There can be another bill. There can. I don't know if the bill will pass or not. I know what bill is in front of me that we're debating now, and we have until March to make a decision. Well, I'm sorry, Representative from JBC is looking at me like we actually need to do this quicker because they actually need to authorize the funding, blah, blah, blah. Okay, 2 weeks. 2 weeks to make a decision on this bill. We have a bill in front of us that opens CSP2. This other bill may exist somewhere. It's not on bill paper. It's not in front of us. Does not exist to me.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Harrod. So, final question. Wouldn't it be simpler to separate the issue of CSP2 from the other issue that we have so that we can have a place to house the inmates that we don't have any place to put? Wouldn't that be the simplest way?
Representative Harrod.
Oh, thank you, Representative Wilson, for that question. Oh, members, this journey of mine on DOC down at this well has gone on for a while. Some of you who started with me know that this was my first big fight. We didn't pass CSP2 not once did that bill fail, not twice did that bill fail, 3 times it failed every year. Every year. I helped lead that charge. I will again. I will again. If we don't have the right legs to the stool for criminal justice reform, for making sure our inmates and our correctional officers are safe, and I would like a study to look at the private prison issue so we don't end up in a situation where we're closing a prison without ensuring that we are having all of the data in front of us to make the most informed decision. So folks can try to bring forward a CSP2 bill. It's failed 3 times.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I lied, Representative Harrod, but when you said you tried it once, twice, 3 times, I know what you mean. Kindergarten took 7 years. My hair was the color of yours when I started. So I understand that, but if it's the right thing to do, it's the right thing to do, and I think that would simplify this process to separate those 2 issues. Thank you.
Representative Herring.
Respectfully, I understand. Respectfully, I disagree, and keep in mind, we do have a timeline in front of us. If we do go a different route, like backfilling our counties, I think that's something real, and that is also why you see the support and not the opposition from some of the likely players who have come to the table on CSP2.
Have several folks who want to speak. I just want to note that 2 of them are Pelton and Melton. Melton and Pelton are both interested. I'm going to start with Pelton and Melton. We'll start with Pelton. We'll get to Melton, and Pelton. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And nobody here disagrees. We do have a crisis. We do have a problem. Representative Harrod mentioned, let's put these prisoners in county jails. They're already full. And you think we got some troubles with rural Colorado right now? You force a mandate like that out there, it's gonna not be pretty. I was a county commissioner. We don't have a county jail in my county. We contracted with Prowers County. It's full. We'd have to go to Washington County sometimes, Bent County. So that isn't a solution either. So just putting that out there.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, you know, I have an email in front of me from a Crowley County Commissioner, Toby Allenbaugh. And, you know, he emailed, you know, various members in our caucus about what they believe the intent of the bill was. And I don't necessarily want to get into that, but there is a fear that this is all headed towards closing private prisons, and not for any, you know, any good reason as they could see. But I wanted to at least read just one or two sentences here that Bent County and Crowley County have private prisons that, because of nearly 500 jobs between us and several $1 million in property and sales taxes, we can't afford to lose. We are rural in two of the poorest counties in the state. And this is what he says: we would like to discuss this matter in much greater detail. So members, I want to just also point to information that they had provided about this. Currently, I shouldn't say currently, in fiscal year 2019 and 2020, in the long bill, the DOC was appropriated roughly $988 million. Of that $988 million, $82 million of that was paid to private prisons, leaving roughly about $905 million total for state-run facilities. According to their estimation, is if we were to eliminate the private prisons and go to just state-run facilities, it would actually cost the state even more money, and they estimate that it would be about $1.1 billion. And if you compare that to the 2019-2020 appropriations, it would, bottom line, be an increase in cost of about $137 million. Now, the budget is certainly something that we always talk about, and we're always trying to wrestle with what the priorities are. But I can tell you that $137 million in increases for this is certainly going to be a problem if we go this route. And I think, getting back to my original point about these particular county commissioners having great consternation about this whole process, I think we need to do something to help them at least be a part of this process in a greater way. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move L019, and I ask that it be displayed.
L019, on amendment to the bill. And it's House Bill 1019. It's appropriate.
It has been moved and is displayed. To the amendment, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment would do is it would help, I think, in a greater way, include the county commissioners of those counties in which this would have an effect. I think it's important that we allow these county commissioners to have a say in the design and scope of the study, so that we can get a better understanding of what's going to happen as we move forward with it. And I think it's only fair that we allow these commissioners who are on the ground in those districts to be a part of it in this way. So I ask for a yes vote.
Further comments on L019? 19, Representative Harrod.
Well, they shall participate in the design and scope of the study, but it isn't necessarily changed. Oh, go ahead.
So members, I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment simply because if we expand the scope of the study, And if we're actually genuine about wanting the county commissioners to be a part of the scope of the study is defined in the bill. If we expand the scope of the study, it will cost more money. So I ask for no vote.
Any further discussion on L019? Representative Holtorf.
Ladies and gentlemen, it will not cost more to do this study. The study is going to cost what the study is going to cost. The biggest stakeholders in this are, in fact, the county commissioners. Why would you exclude them? Their counties are the ones that are most impacted. Under a holistic approach, a common sense approach, and an approach to consider the most impacted in this study. Now let's remember how the legislation was originally written and where we've come. We've made vast improvements, and I will tell you the argument of opening CSP2, in the good, the bad, and the ugly, that's the good. We need to open CSP2. And the good part of this is the legislation will do it. If we take the bad and make it better, and if we remove the ugly 800-pound gorilla in the room, then we can move forward. But I will tell you, those county commissioners, if you don't give them an opportunity to be heard, if you leave them out of the equation, as has been suggested that it's going to cost more, which I doubt and disagree with, it's not going to cost more. I would imagine those county commissioners would participate in the study and they would give valuable input. Now, I have asked the chairman, sir, through the permission of the majority leader, to post a document. At this time, I'd like to call this document to the overhead projector, please, if possible.
Representative Holtorf, does the document, you did speak with the assistant majority leader, is it germane to this particular amendment? So we are on L019. Is your document, does it apply to the bill, or is it germane to the particular amendment about meeting and consulting with county commissioners within the study to define the scope of the study?
Mr. Chairman, I stand corrected. It is not germane directly to the amendment, as Representative Williams has pointed out to me.
All right.
So I would ask that that would be removed at this time.
Thank you very much. To L019, Representative Holtorf. Do you have additional comments on Amendment L019?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Holtorf.
County commissioners are paid by the county. They're actually a fixed cost to the county. Their participation wouldn't cost any more money. Now, if we think that it's going to cost more money to the state in this study to eliminate private prisons and only go to state-run prisons, then the document that I would like to post and will post at a later time is going to illustrate. This part of the study has already been done, and I have it presented for you, and I think I've been correctly directed that it is the wrong time to present this. So at this time, I'm going to yield to the chairman and wait to bring that information forward at a later time this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to correct something. I know you're newer here, Representative. Anytime we ask any department to consult or have conversations with it, there will be a fiscal impact. What it is, I don't know, but I just want to make sure you understand that our departments tend to do that. If you've ever read a fiscal note, many members sometimes scratch our heads and say, what the heck is this for and why? What the extra cost would be, but I can tell you there would be a cost. The department would come back and say that's going to take an FTE to go consult with these county commissioners. So I just want to be clear that it's not as easy as one thinks it is, because I would assume it would be too, to be able to go have a conversation with the county commissioners. Unfortunately, in state government, that's just not how it works. We always have an FTE that we have to fill to be able to have those conversations.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam JBC Chair. That is very helpful. I agree, and I still ask for a no vote on this. But I do want to add that I did talk to the county commissioners, and they did ask me to make sure that there was language in there that included local input. And so if you look on your green sheet, for those following along at home, you can do page 2, line 8. The executive director, page 2, line 15. While conducting the study, the department shall solicit input from local communities. So it's already there, and I asked them if this language was acceptable. They said thank you. So that is what we have here, that they shall solicit input from local communities. We do not need to increase the fiscal note on this bill. I ask for a no vote on this specific amendment.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise in support of the amendment. You know, the amendment is not changing the areas that have to be studied, right? Those are spelled out in the bill on pages 5 and 6. And there are 8 or 9 different factors that the study is to include. This amendment doesn't change any of that. It simply brings some additional people to the table, specifically the county commissioners of the counties where these private prisons are located, to be part of the discussion on the design and scope. It doesn't change the scope. It just brings them to the table to be part of that discussion and how to go forward with the study. And it's right and proper that the county commissioners of those counties most affected by this study are at the table. That is fair. I certainly understand Representative Escar's point that sometimes the things we put in bills for consultation can drive fiscal notes and can drive FTE, but quite frankly, we already have stakeholders, again, thankful for the earlier amendment that was accepted, on all the different stakeholders who are going to be part of this process. And this is simply pointing out and clarifying that the county commissioners of the affected counties are going to be at the table when the study design is put together and the scope is already based on the statutory factors on page 5 and 6. So this is a good amendment. It further ensures a fair process with stakeholders at the table in the districts most affected, and I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we heard reference the green sheet. So the green sheet is the committee report dated January 28th. We were pointed to page 2, line 15, and I just want to read that. In understanding that this specifically calls out county commissioners. I think if we keep that in mind, that will help this. So line 15 through 19 reads, while conducting the study, the department shall solicit input from local communities and other interested parties, or issue experts, including but not limited to public safety, victims advocates, prosecutors, defense attorneys, and community reentry providers. It is absolutely silent about county commissioners. Now, it says it's not limited, and I understand that, but I think what we're trying to get here is let's explicitly include county commissioners so that that level of representation is included within the study. That's the idea. So if we can get to making sure that the county commissioners are explicitly included, I think that's the attempt, and the green sheet is silent specifically on county commissioners.
Further discussion on L019, Representative McKean.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have been moved by this discussion because I like the amendment, but I also think that my right honorable colleague from the JBC had a good point. I move substitute amendment L023 and ask for it to be displayed. The reason why I offer a substitute
Just
amendment
a
is...
moment, it's been moved and is, let's see if it's properly displayed. I don't really.
Feels proper.
All right, Amendment L023 has been moved as a substitute amendment to L019 to L023. Representative McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So the reason why I move this amendment is because sometimes I think we're a little overly prescriptive in how we want to go about conducting these discussions. And I think that what we will find is that simple consultation will generate not only a lot of answers, but also a lot of the right questions. And so I would ask for your support in this substitute amendment, and I would ask the sponsors if this could not be considered a friendly amendment so that we get as much information as we can without driving a lot of cost and time.
Further discussion on L023. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank Representative McKean for helping to kind of narrow this down. I certainly support it, and we don't want to be driving fiscal notes higher if we can help it. So I'm fully in support of this, and I ask that everyone else be in support of it because we do need to specifically include these county commissioners. So please vote yes.
All right. Further comments on L023 as a substitute for L019. Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, I'm really trying to decide on this. Did you want to? Really trying to decide on this. You know, looking at this, I feel like right now the green sheet would already cover this, given the lack, or you know, that we're already including local parties of interest, not limited to. So I feel like that's already in here. I'm not sure if this is necessary, but I don't know if this is necessarily bad either. What I will say is, you know, earlier we were discussing. What I would say is earlier when we were discussing just kind of process and how we feel about making sure that things are done in the right way here in the legislature, you know, is by bringing this bill and by making sure we run amendments like this. So I'm going to defer to JBC right now.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to say that I would like to clarify something. I went and took a minute to sit down and talk with our amazing nonpartisan staff, the JBC analyst, not JBC analyst, I'm so used to saying that, our fiscal note analyst, and talk to her about this specific bill. And I want to clarify that because we're using a third party to do this study, that's already probably inclusive of that third party. If it were a department doing the study, my stance about the FTE would have been true.
Any further discussion on Amendment L023? Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Rep. Esgar. Obviously, some of the concern about the amendments was whether it was going to drive a fiscal note. And thank you for your clarification, direct from the nonpartisan staff. Because the study is going to be done by a third-party contractor, there is no fiscal impact from the additional consultation and having county commissioners involved in this study. There is none. So it is purely a policy decision whether to include the county commissioners statutorily in a study on the outcome of which has huge impacts for their county. As Representative Geithner already came to the well, read the green sheet, the county commissioners are not currently included. We need to include them. They need to be deeply involved in this whole process. The economic well-being of every aspect of their life in their counties are being impacted by the outcome of this study. I would ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on L023? Representative McKean.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I really want to thank our JBC colleague. I want to thank everybody for just the fullness of this discussion. But truly, I think, what we're looking for is the best possible solution. How do we get the most voices in the room? And really, to Representative Melton's concern that we have all the voices in the room, these voices are not yet. We have victims advocates, we have the prosecutors, we have other people, but this does add the commissioner's voice to this discussion. It's important.
Representative Harry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative McKean, for working on this amendment and narrowing it to, I think, what clarifies the intent. So I have no problems adding the county commissioners as a part of the study. I think they should be there, and so I will ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Understanding that, is there anybody else who wants to keep talking, or shall we go to a vote on that amendment? The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L023, which would be a substitute for L019. Any further discussion on L023? Seeing none. The question before us is the adoption of L023. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment L023 as a substitute to L019 is adopted. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1019? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1019. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 1019 is adopted. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1261.
House Bill 1261 by Representatives Esgar and Ransom, all Senators Moreno and Rankin, concerning a transfer of money from the general fund to the Information Technology Capital account with the Capital Construction Fund.
To House Bill 1261, Representatives Esgar and Ransom. Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1261.
To the bill, Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is simply a companion bill to the supplemental package. All this does is transfers money from the general fund to the IT capital account in the Capital Construction Fund to pay for the costs associated with the IT projects that have been included in the 2020 supplemental bill. We ask for an aye vote.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank my co-sponsor for explaining the bill so thoroughly, and I also urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1261? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1261. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. House Bill 1261 is adopted. Mr. Randall, please read Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we lay over House Bill 1262 until Monday.
Seeing no objection, the House Bill 1262 will be laid over until Monday at the request of the Assistant Majority Leader. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1248.
House Bill 1248 by Representative Esgar, Senator Moreno, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Human Services.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1248.
House Bill 1248 has been moved to the bill. Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the supplemental for the Department of Human Services. There were several different things that the department requested that we granted. I have said this to some of you, and I will say it again. We weren't sure some of this was supplemental material until we actually spoke to some of you who took time in your interim committees to travel to some of these different places and came back and said, actually, yes, this needs to be addressed quickly. We're talking about the Division of Youth Services, the drug detection devices in Splitting Lookout Mountain Youth Services Center. There's several things in this. If you have questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. I ask for an aye vote.
All right. Any further comments on House Bill 1248? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1248. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 1248 is adopted. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1026.
House Bill 1026 by Representatives Van Winkle and Weissman, all Senator Fields and Gardner, concerning a creation of a 23rd Judicial District.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1026, also the Judiciary Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you. The committee report does one thing. Part of the bill is adding a new judgeship for the proposed new district effective 2025 to keep up with foreseeable high population growth in Douglas County. The introduced version of the bill set a date of July 1, 2025, the usual start of the fiscal year for that judgeship. Upon conversation with the judicial branch post-introduction, they asked that the new judgeship become effective at the beginning of the year, just to give them time to ramp that up that much more quickly. We made that change in the committee report. There was no objection to the amendment. I ask for support on the committee report.
Any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report to House Bill 1026. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The Judiciary Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Van Winkle.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members, for your attention to this late hour. This actually is a very historic bill, first bill that's been introduced like this since 1960, proposing a change in our judicial districts. It's a recognition of population trends both recently and into the future, and is frankly overdue in terms of the tremendous growth we've experienced along the Front Range. In 1970, the 18th Judicial District had fewer than 200,000 residents, including less than 10,000 in Douglas County. And when this district was drawn, Douglas County only had 4,800 residents living there. Today, Douglas County has more than 340,000 people and is growing, continues to grow fast. Also, citizens of both Douglas and Arapahoe County deserve justice to be administered as quickly and effectively as possible, and just like any government, bringing it closer to home will help make it more accessible and more accountable. Each judicial district, the current 18th and the future 23rd, will be able to tailor their services best to meet their own communities.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, and members, I agree with everything my co-sponsor just said. We've had mechanisms in our Constitution since statehood to adjust judicial districting as our state changes. When we became a state in 1876, we had 4 districts. Think about that. We've had 22 for more than 50 years. In that time, no other district has grown in population as much as the 18th, which we both hail from and parts of which we both represent. Population growth has been nearly 600%. There are now over 1 million folks living in this district. No other district is close. The next biggest is the 4th, El Paso and Teller, and that is 250,000 people fewer. So we've done a lot of work on this bill going back more than a year with the judicial branch, with the counties that are impacted. We have added language to the bill at the recommendation of some of those counties and are grateful to have their support and participation. And now we ask for your support to make this change for the sake of the million plus residents in the 18th Judicial District. We do need to make a few very small amendments. So, Mr. Chair, I move and ask for it to be displayed 003.
Amendment L003 has been moved. It is an amendment to the bill. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, members. This is one of those bills that was introduced with the blank, and the bill number was not known. All this amendment does is it adds the correct bill number, 1026. I ask for your support.
Any further discussion on L003? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Amendment L003 is adopted. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also have an amendment. I move L005 and ask for it to be displayed.
Amendment L005 has been amended and is properly displayed. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what this amendment will do is it will move the start date of the new judicial district and everything else in the bill, the start date of the new district attorney, the start date of the new judge being added, to January 7th, 2025, as opposed to January 1st, 2025. This is because the new district attorney won't be sworn in until January 7th, and we do not want a judicial district without a district attorney for a 7-day period. So I ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on L005? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L005. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Amendment L005 is adopted. Any further discussion on House Bill 1026? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1026. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. House Bill 1026 is adopted. Over strenuous objection. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1074.
House Bill 1074 by Representative Ransom concerning the authorization for special districts to provide for the collection and transportation of solid waste.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1074 and the Rural Affairs Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee added on an amendment which brought the counties and the counties on board with no objection. CCI and CML were both in support of this. What the amendment did was require a bidding process for companies that would like to do trash collection within a subdivision or within a metro district, and it also prevents dual coverage. With that, I ask for approval of the committee report.
Any further discussion on the committee report to House Bill 1074? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Rural Affairs and Agricultural Committee report on House Bill 1074. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The answer is a resounding yes. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill was brought to me by constituents, which is actually one of the fun kind of bills to carry. I have a subdivision in my district that has very narrow streets and no sidewalks, and because they are an older subdivision, they don't have an HOA. They have a metro district that provides their water and sewer coverage, but they don't have any an HOA, and so each of the different homeowners have different trash trucks that are trash companies that are picking up their trash. So what was happening, and several homeowners have been contacting us as well, because there would be trash trucks going through the subdivision every day, 5 days a week. They have trash trucks out on the curb, and there's no sidewalks, so it's blocking the kids that are trying to go to school, walk to school, and the trash trucks, because they might pick up one on each block, they would get up to speed between the homes, and so they were going fast. So what the homeowners have been asking the water district to do is to absorb the trash collection into their services. Well, guess what? In Colorado, we have a law saying that if a metro district is in a population, in a county that has more than 25,000 living in the county, they cannot add trash collection onto their services. So it's a very specific law that prevents this from happening in my district, but anywhere in the state. So what this would do is just remove the 25,000 limitation. As counties have been growing and the whole state has been growing, it no longer really applies. The SDA, as I mentioned, came in and testified in support of this. They were here when the first law was put into effect, which had the $25,000 person limitation of the whole county, and that was due to a city called Lavera, which had a problem with bears, and so they wanted to come in and collect the trash, but again, they couldn't do it either, and so Lavera had asked their metro district to collect trash. Again, that at the time that was negotiated to have the 25,000 person limitation. It's time for that to be removed. The counties have grown, the states have grown. SDA is in support, the counties are in support, CML is in support. And so again, all this does is remove the 25,000 person in the county limitation, or the metropolitan district that has 25,000, it removes that limitation as well. So with that, this bill would add efficiency, it would add cost savings, it would add safety, it would reduce noise in subdivisions, it would also reduce pollution because it would keep the trash collection down to 1 truck a week. And with that, I ask for an aye vote on House Bill 1074.
Thank you, Representative Ransom. I appreciate on our last bill of the evening, you brought in our first reference to bears. So that was very nice. Any other comments on discussion on House Bill 1074? Seeing none before us, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1074. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. For the bears, the bill is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good work, good debate, everybody. I move the committee rise and report.
Seeing no objection, the committee will both rise and report.
House will come back to order. Mr. Randall, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your committee held begs leave to report it has had under its consideration point House bills being segregated with their recommendations thereon. House Bill 1010 is amended, House Bill 1019 is amended, House Bill 1026 is amended, House Bill 1074 is amended, House Bill 1242, House Bill 1243 is amended, House Bill 1244, House Bill 1245, House Bill 1246, House Bill 1247, House Bill 1248, House Bill 1249, House Bill 1254, House Bill 1255, House Bill 1256, House Bill 1259, House Bill 1260 is amended, House Bill 1261 passing over gross count of third reading final passage. House Bill 1262 is laid over until February 10th, 2020, entertaining is placed on the calendar.
Representative Gray. You have heard the motion. There are two amendments at the desk. Mr. Randall, please read the Liston amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Oh my gosh, he's not here. Can we just vote on it then?
Representative Liston moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Liston Amendment J001 to House Bill 1259 shows that and passed. The House Bill 1259 as amended passed.
I will, do you want to lay that one over? Okay. Minority Leader Neville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Liston Amendment to the Committee of the Whole, and I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Escar. Okay, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, everyone, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the sentiment behind this, but I also want to tell you all, and I think I've spoken with many of you about this, like we're in search for real, serious transportation funding in the state. And if we need, this isn't close to that. And what we need to do is to come together actually collectively. So I would say, I'm asking for a no vote on this, because this wouldn't get anywhere close to solving our transportation problems and doesn't want to come out of our JDC process, but I'm inviting everybody to be a part of that dialogue because we all want that process to be bipartisan. We need sustainable things that are actually going to address our solutions. So I'm going to say, I ask you for a no vote, but I also ask you to come and talk with me and talk about how we can actually create bipartisan funding for transportation that can actually make a difference in people's lives and make it real. So please continue that. With that, I'd ask for a no vote.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Vote no.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the Liston Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Randall, please open the machine. Members, please vote. McKean, please close the machine. With 28 aye votes, 29 no votes, 6 excused, and 2 vacant, the Liston Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the Pelton Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Pelton moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Pelton Amendment 007 to House Bill 1019 to show the 7 passed. House Bill 1019 has been passed.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this amendment, I sure thought was going to pass earlier, and it should have. So I would ask for a yes vote. That what this amendment does is change the approval process to bring out-of-state prisons back in to private prisons, takes it back to the original language. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Holtorf.
Madam Chairman, Madam Speaker, excuse me, Madam Speaker, and esteemed colleagues, as we've talked earlier, the prison population will continue to challenge the Department of Corrections. I, in support of my fellow colleague, Representative Pelton, understand that in rural Colorado, if the private prisons that are in our districts go below a certain threshold of inmate capacity, then the economic analysis determines that it's not sustainable for them to continue operations. So the reason I support Representative Pelton is if for whatever reason these private prisons go below that threshold, this of taking the out-of-state prisoners into our private prisons in our rural communities can be allowed, then we can continue to raise and maintain that threshold of profitability. Now, for those of us that have run a small business and that know P&L, profit and loss, and we know what it takes to make payroll, we know what it takes to continue to run our businesses without having jeopardy of foreclosure, this allows for these prisons to continue to solicit the outside, out-of-state prisoners to meet that threshold. And that's why I speak to you to support Representative Pelton's amendment. I hope that we never have to do it. And I understand that we had some arguments about out-of-state prisoners in state facilities. But I will tell you, the private facilities will not hesitate to meet that demand. They will not hesitate to meet that demand if it is made available to them. So please don't take away an opportunity for those prison correctional facilities and those resources in our state to be put at risk by taking away this option or this opportunity for them. Please consider that as we move forward. Thank you.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I urge a no vote on this amendment. We're not taking away the opportunity for private prisons to contract with out-of-state private prisons. We're just making sure that the executive branch has a little bit more discretion in that conversation. And so, you know, again, based on the board that oversees the Idaho Department of Corrections, Colorado is targeted for how loose our statutes are in building these contracts, and it puts our public safety at risk. And so this just puts on a few more belts and suspenders. It doesn't mean that these contracts and these relationships can't exist. It just gives a little bit more oversight of them, so I would urge a no vote on this amendment.
The question before us is the Pelton amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Please close the machine. With 21 yes votes, 36 no votes, 6 excused, and 2 vacant, the Pelton amendment is lost. That brings us to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Please close the machine. With 38 aye votes, 19 no votes, 6 excused, and 2 vacant, the report of the Committee of the Whole is passed. Any announcements or introductions? Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just the reminder that because our night's done doesn't mean some people's aren't. Clear off your file cabinets, please. Take your folders off, or clear off your file cabinets. Let them leave a little early tonight because they're going to be doing this quite often. Thank you.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, especially the ladies in the room, this is a test. What color are you wearing tomorrow? You all passed. Thank you.
Any other announcements or introductions? Okay, we're going to read reports of committees of reference. Mr. Randall, please read reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Business, Affairs, and Labor. After consideration of the merits, the committee recommends following House Bill 1048 be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Education. After consideration of the merits, the committee recommends following House Bill 1011 be amended as follows and as amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1016 be amended as follows and as amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1053 be amended as follows and as amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1128 be amended as follows and as amended be for the Committee on Appropriations favorable recommendation. Committee on Transportation and Local Government after consideration of the merits, the committee following House Bill 1027 be for the Committee on favorable recommendation. House Bill 1029 be amended as follows and as amended be for the Committee on favorable recommendation. House Bill 1093 be amended as follows and as amended be for the Committee on favorable recommendation. House Bill 1124 be for the Committee on favorable recommendation. House Bill 1133 be for the Committee on favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 71 be for the Committee on favorable recommendation.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to calendar House Bill 1073 and all of the bills on the second reading calendar on February 6th and February 7th to Monday, February 10th.
Seeing no objection, those bills will be calendared as requested by the Majority Leader. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that we stand in adjournment until tomorrow, February 6th at 9 a.m.
Seeing no objection, the House will be in adjournment till tomorrow, February 6th at 9 a.m.
Mm-hmm.